heaven. Oh, star, sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Bright in the night, we question the answer. Try under the wings of
Hell yeah. Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Thank you guys so much for tapping the screen and sharing the live. Also, thank you Danny Grax, Birdies, Forget Me Nots, and Majestic Moose. Appreciate all of you for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. And we're almost to 10,000 likes, which means I think we're ready to take a guest and to ask our questions. We're not here to argue or debate. I'm not looking to tear you down or make you look like a fool. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Yeah, Yeah, you didn't mean to request it, did you? But maybe you do. Maybe you have a belief in a god, or gods, or something like that. Maybe you're capable of questioning that. Maybe you're even feeling courageous enough to click that request button. If that's the case, well, just be ready to answer some questions. Oh, look at that empty queue. I think I know what Cat's hinting at. Don't worry, Cat. I got you.
Hey, hold on. Say it once, say it twice. What do you mean? You came in sure you had it set, nice and clean, no missing steps. Light held close, just bright enough. Didn't think you'd get caught up. Took a seat, you heard it start. Simple thing, just do your part. You smile like it's nothing new. Then it stayed longer than you. No one pushing, no insist. Just a question you can't quite miss. It don't hurt, but it don't sit right. What do you mean? Say it once and say it twice. What do you mean? You got the words, but they don't quite fit. What do you mean? Something's off just a little bit. What do you mean? From somewhere close but hard to place, walk me through it line by line, just in case that it shifts without a sound. Same idea, just turn around. Every answer feels okay till it bends a different way. Now it holds but not the same. Still your words just change in shape. No one says it's wrong or right, just holds it up in better light. It don't hurt, but it don't sit right. What do you mean? Say it again, say it twice. What do you mean? You got the words, but they don't quite fit. What do you mean? Something's off just a little bit. What do you mean? You can keep it, that's alright. No one's here to take your side. It just doesn't quite land the way it did. It don't hurt, but it don't sit right. What do you mean? Say it again, say it twice. What do you mean? You got the words, but they don't quite fit. What do you mean? Something's off just a little bit. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, your fragile hopes, huh? Knee socks, shaking and shaking, but I'll hold it in my palm. If my faith is just for story, let your shadows prove me wrong. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll take every wish I ever planned on your cold, bone questions. Skeleton man, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. You say, little girl, what if you're mistaken? I say, so what if my heart comes back shaken? If I'm shattered, I'll still shine. Fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting.
This is not a debate arena, no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore.
If you think you might be able to question your own beliefs, request on up.
The Batcolyte.
Where curiosity is always in session.
not a debate arena. No beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore. The Where curiosity is always in session, where curiosity is always in session. The Batcolyte.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Michael V, for that one. And of course, before that, we heard Q&A Showtime by Heretical Apothecary. And, I already forgot the name of it. by Morgan Forcat. Was it emo or punk rock? It doesn't sit right. Define it twice. That's what it was called. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you guys. For the music, of course, and for sharing the live, for tapping the screen, all of those shares down there, the 46 of them. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of those, and all 17,000 of those taps. I think we've got a guest, so if they're still there, if they were patient through the song, we might have somebody to question, and we'll see if maybe they can question their beliefs. Hello, Orphan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
It reached more into the realm of higher power than any specific god, but yes, there is a form of deism that is found in animism.
A form of theism found in animism, you said?
Form of deism.
Deism.
Yes.
You're a little bit muffled there, so it's hard to hear.
Let me see if I can correct my mic.
That's
Is that
so
any
much
better? All right.
So you said a form of deism in animism. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe there is a deistic creator god that does not intervene?
Creator, almost, more as in a ending to the mortality and a cyclic nature to, let's see, is the D word TikTok safe? We'll say mortality.
Okay, so it's not anything to do with creation or beginnings, but to do with endings.
Without destruction, there is no creation. There is a special intertwined nature to the cycle of nature.
I'm not understanding what you said about without description. There is no...
Without destruction.
Destruction. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So without destruction, there's no creation. What does that mean?
Well, basically, without death, there is no life.
I see. And so your beliefs are they entirely death and afterlife focused, or does your deism relate to an entity of some kind trying to judge or...
It relates actually to multiple and the synchronicity in which humans have attempted to describe the divine realms which we have no true knowledge of. There have been numerous cultures across this globe that have tried to describe that which is beyond our mortality. and they have used many different terminologies, many different parables to
Mhm.
explain these forces that are well
Sure.
beyond us.
So different cultures have tried to describe things. You think that necessarily because they tried to describe things they didn't know, then there should be something there to be described.
Not necessarily, just that
Oh,
there
I,
is
I
the
guess I'm not
attempt.
understanding. So you're saying that you believe that there is. Let's back up to the first question, the one that you've cleverly avoided since we started. Um, do you have a belief in a god or anything like it?
In multiple and the numerous facets that have come with them
What does
throughout
that
their
mean?
explanations.
So you
Well,
believe in
that
multiple gods and mythologies around them?
yes, I believe
Why
in the
why would you not
attempt.
have led with that instead of going
Oh,
into this sort of deism that isn't deism?
oh, I said animism that has deism. There's a slight difference.
So in your
Um,
animism, are these the god entities, or is animism mean something else to you?
well, animism is a attempt to explain the natural forces and natural laws that govern reality. Deism comes in a personification to explain these forces.
I see. So
Items
you're
like
redefining words to mean what you need them to mean.
no,
What
no.
does the meaning of what is the meaning of animism?
Animism is the belief that there is a spirit to all of creation.
Okay, so that wasn't what you said just a minute ago.
Mm, that is actually exactly what I said.
No, the
Um,
words were very different. The show's recorded. There's no reason to gaslight me. Is there any reason why you're being evasive with your answers?
Not at all. I'm interested. Why do you care to cut me off mid explanation if you're going to accuse me of gaslighting?
Well, if you're telling me that you said something that you didn't say, then that's
I
what I
said
meant. Like, so clearly,
I
like, we're
said
not going to
there
get
is
into
a
a meta
deism to
argument while I'm.
animism.
We're going to stop right here. We're not going to get into a meta argument about the conversation. If you can't behave like an adult, we're just not going to continue. But we will try a little more if you're open to actually answering questions instead of trying to twist this into some kind of, I don't know, argument or whatever it is you're doing.
I'm simply asking or answering questions.
Wonderful. So you're saying that you are an animist, that somehow that is deism as well. What does deism mean?
Actually, to specify, I haven't said what I am yet. I
I
merely
see.
said
So
that
when I said,
there. Oh, and once again, you're cutting me off. Would you like the explanation? The answer to
right,
your question? Okay. I'm going to assume your silence is a yes. So,
no,
what
it
I
was a
initially.
delay while
Okay, go
the
for it.
app drops you. That's all. It's just a delay while the app drops you. You should have already been off the panel. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the host device froze up there. Not sure what happened. If you're not capable of actually having the conversation, then I'm not interested in whatever the fuck that was. Bloviating and prevaricating. If you're actually capable of having a conversation and answering questions directly, Orphan, you're welcome to try again. But I don't expect that you're capable. Nice try. We're really just here to have a genuine conversation. You didn't seem capable of that. I asked you if you believed in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. You answered with animism that becomes deism. Then when I said, so you're an animist, you said, no, I'm not an animist. I didn't say that. So you're trying to trip up by making these evasive answers so that you can later say, I didn't say that. You are trying to win an argument rather than actually critically think about your beliefs, which is really sad because there was a whole song that played right before you came up explaining that this isn't a debate, an argument. This isn't a place for you to just strut around your own intellectual insecurities. If you have a belief that you're actually capable of questioning, then you're welcome to request on up, and I'll be happy to question that belief. Oh, wow. Yeah, looking at the profile, I'm not surprised. He's just here to try to trigger some libs, I'm sure. You're in the wrong place. Well, this is an interesting turn. I figured out why I wouldn't drop him. I have a signal loss with the camera position here. We're going to be trying to fix that on the fly. Yeah, I'm not about to question drunk Jesus in the elevator, but maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Maybe. If so, then go ahead and request up. Oh, well, we got a Brad.
Oh
How's it
no.
going, Brad?
Good, you.
Doing all right. How are you? Oh, I already asked that. What did you bring for us, Branch? What thoughts are you trying to question? What belief?
Maybe a connection between Godiva, Lady Godiva of Mercia.
What about Lady Godiva?
Her husband, Duke or whatever, Earl, I think, of Mercia. He was taxing the people too heavy, and I don't really know, but it might have been undergarments, it might have just been urban legend, but she rode through the town with just her hair covering her body on a horse. So
Why are you bringing that up? What is the
It's
belief
not for
related?
lewdness. It's I guess it's sort of selfless loving action. She did it for the people. It was very Gethsemane.
Use Gethsemane as a descriptor. Why?
I think is an important is to show compassion, kind of key to compassion.
So selfless acts or compassionate deeds, these things are Gethsemane to you.
More than anything, the stone tape in the cemetery was more Gethsemane because I felt what she felt, like one drop of Gethsemane. No blood sweated, but a shared memory, maybe ancestral memory. I don't know enough, but a ninth cousin, really. So it could be. But to cry to like uncontrollably, each feeling of that experience.
Brad,
Yeah.
your beliefs seem to be based around, if I'm understanding correctly, the idea of being like the character of Christ in compassion and forgiveness and selflessness. That these things are, they form an archetype, a character, that you then project across anything and anyone acting in those ways.
I don't claim Christos, Thrayle. I observe 5 archetypes that I strive, and I believe them. I don't know why I thought of them, but I don't know if 5 is good hive. It's funny.
So there's 5 archetypes that you...
It's how I do my card readings as well. Sort of the 2 base would be closer to Earth, more grounded archetypes, Steward and Muse. The next 2, sort of the ones on the angle, would be Sage and Magus. And the Seer kind of, the completes the, but detached still.
Really quickly, Brad, I'm going to talk past you, but just to thank Pocket Senpai, also 96, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the previous call. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. So, you see 5 archetypes across human behaviors and mythologies. Does it matter to you, though, if these mythologies, if these characters existed, if they're real? Or is it all about the archetype?
I mean, wasting my time wondering if they're real is wasting God's time. I use the archetypes as a tool. The archetypes are just tool, Thrayle.
So everything's about function, about usefulness.
It's a tactical structure.
None of it is. The veracity of it is not relevant to you.
Veracity?
Truth.
Truth is next breath to me. Truth is seeing light in someone's eye.
Does the truth of a story matter?
No, only what you do with it, how much you attach to it.
Why 5 archetypes?
Well, I don't know. They just came to me. I didn't choose them.
Are you sure?
It may be subconscious, but it's sort of free flow writing. I can't. It's fun, but it's effortless. I guess is the point. So
Does that necessarily mean that it holds truth?
no, I'm flesh vessel. Not.
You say flesh vessel. Doesn't that kind of discount your influence?
A flesh is a useful tool, distracting but fun.
That one kind of evaded me, though, didn't it?
I don't. Your questions are very babble. I don't know.
My questions are babble.
What god are you building to, Thrayle?
Why would my questions build towards a god?
Collective schemas, maybe.
What would an absence of schema mean?
Pure chaos, and not useful to unfocused.
Is questioning a schema?
I guess it is, but it's more of a pause in the biopulse. It's a moment of stillness, I think.
A moment of stillness, a pause in the biopulse. So if one is always questioning, are they always paused?
Oh, sorry, I missed it. I was distracted by Hammy.
If someone is always questioning, are they always paused?
Always pause. Maybe question is also action, though. Just a more moderate action, a step before action.
Is that still being paused?
Oh. I think, yeah, that's when the deer are looking around, I guess they can do it while walking, but often it's...
Do you think a human questioning is like a deer looking around for predators?
That's just the easiest, that's the schema that's built in my head, so...
Do you not think a predator is asking questions?
They do. Netflix even, so...
I meant the deer's predator.
No, I know. I was talking about Beastars, Legoshi. I guess. I don't know. You can't really find Krishna in Prey or Predator, so it's hard to like try and form opinion.
Why do you need to find Krishna?
He's a good dude, you know?
Does being a good dude mean you need to find someone?
Find,
You said you can't find Krishna in your other metaphor about deer looking around.
Oh, I guess it comes down to middle path. I guess I was trying to get to middle path. Krishna is very moderation. But Lotus Feet is hard to find.
Why is middle path so important?
My childhood reflects Siddhartha. My post years reflect asceticism, and I think I need to keep it front of mind.
Why is identifying with these archetypes important to you?
They're sort of like. I was trying to figure out better structure than 72, and it's hard. Because I don't know, like. President is just it's ego, so I don't know. I'm talking about church, you know, state as well, but church.
Hierarchy. Is hierarchy just ego?
I don't know if there's necessary structures, though. Not
So-
many, but.
So then it might be a necessary structure.
But I think it could be broken. You could use the. You know, steward. Steward is a much softer word than words of power.
I saw you wrote about being stewards of the earth in your book, quoting the Bible.
Quoting the Bible.
Doesn't the Bible mention being a steward of some sort?
Joe, I never picked one up for recreation, but I was forced to go to church every week, so.
Is that why there is the scriptural influence in your writings? Because you
That's
were
the
forced to go to
vocabulary.
church.
It's just, it's vocabulary. It's the hardest schemas, I guess.
If I asked you, do you think Jesus is your Lord and Savior? What would your response be?
I don't care if he is, Thrayle.
You don't care if he is. That's a different answer. So you wouldn't identify yourself as a Christian, would you?
No. That's Hive words. Yes, she wanted more.
How do you know what he wanted?
The parables, he wanted minds to be opened, and
So the character from the parables, or the character telling the parables, said he wanted minds to be open.
I don't know anymore, Thrayle. Maybe I'm gonna drop down.
That's all right, Brad. Appreciate you being here as always. You know I'll have
Appreciate
more questions for you. Take care. W's for Brad. We had some good I don't knows in there and some really, I don't know, some interesting questions. Appreciate all you guys for the 26,000 likes and 50 shares already. Thank you guys so much. All of that helps get us out to the FYP, of course, helps get us more people in here who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning it, go ahead and request it. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your God. I really do just want to know if you can question it, then what do you believe? And why do you believe it?
How's it going,
Hello.
Broham? Thank you for inviting me to your chat. 38
Pretty sure
Norse Pagan.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you said Norse pagan.
Yes, sir. And
Have
thank
you
you
read
again
your-
for inviting me to your chat. I appreciate
I
it.
didn't invite you. I accepted your request.
You know what I mean. Just
Mhm.
thank you. I always enjoy a good Discord.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting way to begin by posturing.
Ooh, posturing.
Have you read your Eddas, out of curiosity?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you believe those stories in there to be true, or are they myths, fables?
I think they're allegorical references for us to be better people.
Allegorical references? What do you mean by that?
Well, you have people that believe in the Christian faith. You have people that believe the stories of the apostles that are they take as absolute fact. I don't take the stories that I have as being a Norse pagan as fact. I think they are pathways for us to be better people. Which I don't have a problem with the teachings of Jesus. I don't have a problem with the teachings of Muhammad or even Buddha. I just think it's if you're willing to learn to be a better person, that's ultimately the goal, and there's nothing wrong with being trying to be a better person.
And so you think that the Eddas are just stories meant to make the reader a better person?
In essence, yes. In essence, because
Do you believe that the gods exist in any way at all, then?
yes, I do.
In what way do the gods exist?
So I do the Norse pagan pantheon, and I do believe in Thor. I believe in Odin. I believe in Freya. I believe in Hela and
I don't need you to
multiple
list the
goddesses,
pantheon.
multiple
Sorry,
goddesses.
stop for a moment. I don't need you to list the pantheon as a roster. I'm asking, in what way do they exist? How do they exist?
For me, it's spiritual. I pray to them just as I would assume a Christian prays to Jesus. I have faith that they exist.
You have faith that they exist. In what way are you saying that you believe there is a tree somewhere that leads to other realms, that one of them is an afterlife where you can go and the gods inhabit? Or many of them, I guess, are afterlives, aren't they?
Yes, sir. But
Do you
that
believe
is...
that they exist in an actual way? That you will?
Yes.
Do you think that these gods visit or interact with
And
this world?
goddesses. Sorry, gods
Okay, I
and
wasn't trying
goddesses.
to be gendered
I didn't
about
mean
it,
to be.
yes,
I
but
didn't mean to be
understand.
rude, but
Right.
I didn't mean to be
Interesting.
rude, sir.
I think that's probably the most questionable statement. But I'd like to continue on. So, Rai, you're saying that you believe that these gods and goddesses exist in some way in another realm. Do they interact with this world?
Yes, and they interact with me through prayer.
In what way do they interact?
For me, it's spiritual empowerment, especially usually it's in powers of three. For me, it would be Tyr, Freya, and Odin. And Tyr is one of my favorites. And
In what way do they interact?
I feel influence in my life through them. If that's an acceptable answer.
It's not about whether or not the answers are acceptable. It's whether or not they follow. So you're saying that they interact with this world by making you feel influence.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay, so for me, I can pray to these deities, and I don't ask them for favor. I don't ask them for anything, but I do feel throughout my daily life or certain struggles that I've had recently that I was given grace, is the way I would say it.
What does that mean, given grace?
Not necessarily favor, just given a little grace, given a little, you know what, you're working your ass off, we're gonna give you just a little bit.
What did they give you?
If that makes sense.
What I think I know what grace is. Like, do you mean like a grace period of time? They gave you leniency
actually
on a
given
judgment.
grace, not judgment, not acceptance, not anything of that nature. I was
I'm not
given a little
understanding.
bit of favor, is what I would say.
In what way? What was favorable?
Dude, I love your questions. I'm loving this Discord. So the favor I was recently given is I had to go through some court whatnot recently with my other half, and that's why I like Tyr. He's a god of justice, war, and of court and law. So I was praying a lot to him, and in my humble opinion, I was given some favor by him that helped. And it helped.
Did a judgment go
helped
favorably for you? Is that what you're saying?
What's that, sir?
A court judgment went favorably for you.
Ish.
Ish. It went less than.
No, it went favorably for me, and it went favorably for my other half.
I see.
It
So,
was about a 50-50 draw. Nobody got hurt from it,
mhm,
and it worked out favorably for both parties.
mhm.
But with, me and my altar and, the way I pray, it's
And
yeah,
this wasn't.
it could have
Was
gone it
this?
could have gone way freaking worse,
Mhm.
but it
So
didn't.
this was a 50-50 amicable sort of parting, and things
Yes.
went well, and
Yes, and
no
they're still
feelings
going
were
well.
lost. And so
As,
it's
and
sounding
between me and my other half, we've been together 13 years. We got two little girls together, and
right.
we're
So
doing our best to be responsible parents.
wonderful.
But
So,
things happened in court that
mhm,
ended amicably is the best way I would describe it.
right. So,
So in
so
my
I'm
opinion,
not.
that's faith and prayer. I mean, it's like I said, people can pray to
What I'd
Jesus
have
and
to
things like
ask
that.
then, right? What I have to ask then, if you're saying that a God's intervention and influence ended in a 50-50 sort of amicable resolution to something, does that mean that you felt that you didn't deserve the 50-50, that you deserved less, and a God's grace got you to this amicability?
Interesting question. Very interesting question. Can I have like 30 seconds on that one?
I prefer that you do take time to think. Thank you. And while you do that,
Um,
thank you to everybody for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. Thank you guys all for
and also
helping us get out.
thank you to the chat down below, and once again, host, thank you for hosting me. I appreciate it. So, I would say I'm thankful that things are coming to an amicable sense of her and I can do what's right, especially by our children and by ourselves. Do I wish things were different? Absolutely. I want my better half back, of course. But that's not necessarily up to me, and that's okay. It's okay.
So
I just
it's sounding like you're finding the good in the resolution, the things that are at least worth being positive about.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm not certain I
That's what I
understand.
think.
Is that what the gods did for you? Is to give you the ability to recognize what silver linings are there? Or do you think they actually reached in and changed the fate to make sure that you would have at least some silver linings to look upon?
I would say a bit of both, sir. A
In
little
what
bit of
way?
both.
In what way would they have changed fate? Would they have changed a judge's mind or made someone think
Just
something
because
they wouldn't have?
just because I wanted something different doesn't necessarily mean it's an okay thing. I want my better half back, and I want my semblance of family back, but that's not necessarily in the cards, and that's okay. I mean, it's okay as far as okay can go, because if my kids are happy and they're taken care of and they're going to school and they're doing the things they need to be doing, it's okay. Do I like the fact of being cheated on or things of that nature? No, I don't. But that's out of my grasp. That's out of my wheelhouse. I don't have
Right.
choice in it.
Right. This
So
is
as
more of
long
a
as
sort of a trauma dumping than actually
a
responding
little
to the
bit,
question. Do you remember the question?
The question that you're ultimately asking, from what I understand, is happiness, and happiness takes time, and sometimes you don't get the happiness that you're searching for, but you can find it. So when it comes to my kids being happy, when it comes to Carissa being happy, when it comes to
right,
me
you don't
being
need to.
happy.
You definitely don't need to name first names of people who aren't
Oh,
here.
I apologize.
So, right. In what way does this relate to the gods' interventions? What are the gods actually doing to?
Because the gods were able to give me peace of mind that although it may not be in my control, it's gonna be okay. And at least I have faith in that. And that's all I got.
So faith in a hope for the positive results of the future.
Yep. And that's
what
all
the
I
gods
got.
provide.
Yes, and that's all I got, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, right. I guess the question that I would ask you is if you found for some reason that there was reason to believe no gods existed, no fates were woven, no chosen path, no influence from on high could exist, if hypothetically, would that make the hope go away? Would that make your hope for something better in the future dwindle?
I would say no, because that's what makes it faith. That's what makes it faith. That's literally the definition of hope. Just because it's potentially intangible doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Right. I think you missed the point of the hypothetical.
No, I get your hypothetical. I'm just giving my best answer towards it, sir.
Mm-hmm. So then, in a world where no gods exist and you are aware of that, no outward influences could change things, you would still hope for gods and outward influence, or would you just hope for better results in the future?
I would just believe in hope, because I think hope is one of the most beautiful things that exist in this that exists in this world. And I think there's far more people that need to believe in just the simple idea of hope.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to dash your hope or your gods on the rocks, right? I'm going to go ahead and stop here for the moment, but I think Hammy might have some questions that might take us back to a little bit more of an analytical framework here.
What's up, Mr. Hammy?
Howdy. So yeah, I do have a few questions. Right guy.
Little muffled, Hammy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I turned it up.
Is this better?
Much.
Oh, much better,
Wow,
Mr. Hammy.
This is actually going through the mic that's on my head, my plugged-in headset. Oh,
that's
crazy.
weird. Yeah,
I know.
TikTok usually uses the phone.
Yeah. So my first question, how long have you been a Norse pagan?
About 15 years. I was raised fire and brimstone Catholic back in the day.
Okay. And what exactly got you started on this path?
I started having a problem with Catholicism faith because I didn't like to kneel before God. I liked the idea of having gods walk beside me. In essence, feel free to ask as many questions as you want, man.
Yeah. So, what where did you start your journey? Like you
Afghanistan.
so was it your fellow military?
I watched people get torn apart for no reason, and then I started questioning things, and I started questioning my pastor here in Klamath Falls, and I started just asking lots and lots of questions of faith, of belief, of rhetoric, of going through, like, I even asked my pastor about, like, what's your thoughts on Enoch. um I didn't like the answers because I didn't get answers. And then I just started researching. I read Buddhism, the Book of Tao, the Book of Te. I read the Torah, the Talmud. I read so much stuff. And the thing that made my soul sing, is the best way I can describe it, was Norse paganism. It made my soul sing. It made
That's
sense.
definitely going to raise some questions. But what branch of the military were you in?
Navy, sir. I was an aviation electronics technician stationed in Pensacola, Florida, and Whidbey Island, Washington. Part of Squadron BQ2.
I've got several questions about some of that stuff, but
No, bring it on. Ask all the
Well-
questions you want, man.
well, first I want to ask, what was the introduction into Norse paganism? Like, what did you look at?
So what I initially looked at was the old school pantheon of Latinx. So we're talking Olympia, and it didn't make sense to me. I was looking into, like, Zeus and things of that, and it just didn't make any sense. And then I started looking into some of the other pantheons of Greco-Roman and other ones, and then I came across Norse pagan, and I'm German through and through, and it just clicked. Like,
So-
it just made sense.
Would you say that being German is like really integral to this?
Potentially, I I don't know on that one, but I just know, as I was saying earlier, when I started looking into this pantheon, it made my soul sing. Like, it just made sense.
Kind of like you were drinking from your own well.
Yes, and that's why I don't knock anybody else's faith, whether you're Book of Tao, Book of Te, Buddhist, Taoist, whatever floats your boat. This is what made sense to me. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I get you. So now you've looked into it as far as like the kind of broader sense of like the gods and all that.
Mhm.
What were your next steps after just the broad overview?
I have my altar. I have my incense. I have my Palo Santo. I've got.
Well, I don't mean like necessarily like the objects of your practice, right? I mean more or less like we got the from Wikipedia or scholarly
Okay.
work or whatever, right? What were the next steps after that, like as far as learning?
Well, it was actually a bit convoluted because you've got Wikipedia. There's plenty of books. There's plenty of whatnot, and that's where it got convoluted because you have many different sects. You have many different sects of Norse paganism.
Oh,
So you have the ones that will literally like taxidermy as part of the faith, and you also have the ones where some of it gets just straight up weird.
Weird in what way?
Well, like live taxidermy is an interesting one. Eating
What?
flesh. You have fires. You have sage
What do you
burning
mean? Well, hold
ceremonies
on. What do you mean by
and
life taxidermy?
orgies.
What do you mean by life taxidermy?
Oh, like they would literally kill a deer and just live taxiderm it, like over the fire and eat it.
Is how are you taxiderming something and eating it at the same time?
You tell me, it's a little weird. What they would do is as they were heating up the flesh, they would be eating it, but then they would also be taking the skin off of it and the fur so that they could use it.
You're
So,
saying that they would utilize all the parts of the animals that they.
yes, sir.
Why is that weird?
Um, it's not considered normal anymore.
To utilize all the parts?
Yeah, and they would also use the bones. They would use everything.
So they didn't waste.
Yeah, no, there was no waste whatsoever. It's just not normal anymore. You don't
What does
tend to
normal mean?
do that. And if you want to, you hunt and then take it to, say, a butcher, and then the butcher said animal, and then you're left with your leftovers and your meat. Yeah, they don't do that stuff anymore.
And what does the butcher do with all the leftover stuff?
Usually it gets ground down into meal, and it usually gets sent to pig farms.
So they use all the parts.
Yeah.
Oh my,
Yeah.
is that called live taxidermy as well?
In a way.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
Well, I just don't want to be rude to your chat, because there's different forms of Norse paganism where that is a practice, and then there's other parts that aren't, and then there's parts that are orgies, there's parts that are.
So, I'm curious.
There's parts of Norse paganism where it's spread over Germany, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and it's.
Yeah, and it's here in America as well.
It's just interesting because
So, my question here then would have to be, is that whenever it comes to what exactly what do you classify it as? And I know this term is kind of relative, but what would you classify as like normal Norse paganism?
For me and my other half and my children, I'm going to raise them on blood rituals, and we will have our altar that stays over our fireplace, and they will be very well educated.
Blood rituals.
Yes, blood rituals. And they will be very well educated in stone magic and blood magic and things of that nature, to where they can also use.
What is. I'm sorry. Morgan asks a great question in the comments. Where are you sourcing these rituals from?
Hello?
Did you hear the question?
No, I did not, sir.
Where are you sourcing these rituals from?
Just I don't know, 1,000-year-old pagan magic.
Yeah, but you had to have learned this. This wasn't just something that was like automatically uploaded in your brain. I'm curious on
Oh,
like where did you get the information for this?
um, it was passed down to me from a very dear friend. I won't go into too much discussion on Miss Sarah. That's her business.
Hmm.
She
I,
gave me a lot of education in regards to it, and including sigils,
and how did
including.
you verify that her education wasn't just something she made up?
That's a very good question. Well, just did my homework over in Germany.
Did your homework in Germany?
Well, I'm a history major, so I actually asked professors over in Germany.
So let's say someone like
That's what
me.
history majors do, is ask professors.
I literally did my best to reach out, and I found a dude in Munich that helped me out with it. So I could actually be far more accurate than what I was educated with initially.
So let's say that someone like me wants to go and become this Norse pagan, and I'm looking for a lot of good resources and content creators to follow to understand this better. Where would
Sure.
you direct me?
Um, Honestly, you need to go to the sources, and that would literally be over in Germany. That'd be Munich. That'd be Switzerland. That would be
Who was
Finland.
the professor in Munich?
Oh fuck, you're
You
calling
went
me
all the
out.
way to
All right.
Munich to try to find him, and you don't remember his name. Did you travel there for him? Are you Googling professors in Munich so that you can get the answer right? I would imagine if you traveled all the way there, you'd know it. Like I would. I remember the name of the first person I traveled out of state to meet, even though I haven't talked to that person since. Or really. Yeah, much at all in decades, but I remember their name.
With all due respect, sir, as I told you once again, I did not leave the country.
Okay. I didn't hear you until just now because if you were off
Oh,
the app and talking to me, yeah, we don't hear
oh,
that.
my apologies, man. Not trying to be rude. Just but no. No, I've never left the country besides Afghanistan, and that's it.
So you called Munich.
A
How did
what?
you like you said you sought out this professor?
Oh, dude, I was just looking up. Hold on. I was looking
So
up
you,
freaking random people in Germany so I could have a better understanding of Norse paganism.
I'm sorry,
That's it.
random people in Germany.
Yeah. And you can do the exact same thing. Like,
Just out of curiosity, like what state are you in? You don't like you could even just give
Oregon.
me a random state if you want to. Oregon. So if you wanted to know like all of the history and lore behind Oregon, would you just like pull out a phone book and start dialing random numbers in Oregon?
Fuck yeah. I did that as a history major. That's how I actually
That's
got a paper published.
that's how you do history, is by calling
Gotta
random
call
people
people.
and asking them.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, besides like going to a library. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to a library in freaking Munich.
So you ask them the ancient stories from hundreds of years ago,
Yes.
and they're all the random people you call that just happen to live in a location are all going to know like accurate.
No, they don't necessarily
information.
live in a location. They also told me
So-
Google is going to be a really good friend, which I'm sorry, Google fucking sucks. Excuse language, I
So-
apologize.
So, my question here is, and I definitely want Thrayle to get back to this line of questioning, but I'm really curious. What if I wanted to follow content creators who would believe in the same things as I do if I became Norse pagan? Who would be your go-to examples?
Ooh. I would say Snowbell 707. She's good.
Mhm.
She's good on the Norse pagan side, and she can definitely give you some witchy information about just, old school spices, things like that to even help your general health.
What about on like
Let's-
the YouTube side? Is there anybody over there that
a
is
YouTube
really
side?
knowledgeable? Yeah, like somebody who makes content on YouTube.
I don't really do YouTube, Hammy, just to be 100% honest. I'm kind of TikTok, and I just kind of stick to myself over here.
No. Hmm.
I apologize for that if that's disheartening, but that's about
Yeah,
where
I
I'm
like
at.
to. I like to bear.
I don't
You
think
know,
it's disheartening. I think it just puts a wrench in the line of
Yeah.
questioning he had.
well, it's not even a wrench. It's just that I like. If I'm getting my sources, I want a variety platforms where I'm getting my information.
Okay, one of the best variety platforms you can get would actually be Wikipedia.
Mhm.
They tend to fact check themselves far more than any other platform in the internet.
Are there any like groups that I definitely should pay attention to with their teachings, like outside of like internet?
Can you go more in depth on that question? Besides the 7-Eleven beep boop.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like because I like to get, like I said, sources from everywhere and to compile my resources. And I want to
Okay.
know, like, is there any like major group that it's like these people put out really good information?
There's not necessarily a really quote unquote great group because Norse paganism has so many different flavors, kind of like Christianity. We have 420 different sects of religion just in Christianity. So I would say your best bet. What would be your best bet? I really think your best bet is actually just gonna look up some museums in fucking Norway.
Wow. Museums in fucking Norway.
Yeah, Norway and Munich of Germany. You can also look up some old school
Right.
information in the Roman halls.
Sure. In the Roman halls.
I mean, it's possible, but it's
About Norse mythology.
yeah, yeah, because it's all there.
So, but none here in America would do. Nothing here in America would do.
Not necessarily. I think American, because I'm like over here in Oregon, a lot of Norse pagans here in America, the knowledge is fucking broken. And excuse language, I apologize for cursing. Please don't kick me, host. Part of the knowledge is broken, and it's broken because it's incomplete. And where it originally originates from, over in Norway, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Rome, Germany.
And Rome, Germany.
Um,
Are you drunk, Rye?
Oh, I wish I was. That would actually be a nice relief. No, it would. That's where you're going to get a big part of the history of Norse paganism.
All right, and
The history, not necessarily the faith, but the history is where
right.
you're going to get a big chunk of that history.
So my cousin, hold on.
While Hammy takes that moment, thank you guys for the 42,000 times you've tapped the screen and 55 shares. Appreciate all of those. Of course, the more we do that, the more we
And
get
thank
into
you,
the
host,
FYP.
for
I'm
hosting
still
me.
speaking. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck's the matter with you? Did you
that's
hear me
not
speaking?
nice.
Did you hear me speaking? What the fuck is the matter with you? Don't interrupt. I was thanking the audience. There's absolutely no need for you to jump in on top of my speaking to the audience and thanking them. Is there? Hammy, did you have any more questions for this guest?
I'm very big into the Norse. I find it very fascinating, and I'm wondering if she had
Do not turn on your camera.
if she was any
That's not nice.
No, I just am laying down the ground rules. If you can't respect boundaries, then you can get the fuck out of here.
and I was oh, well.
BCC, my ego had nothing to do with that. It's not my fault this person can't behave like an adult. I don't know what a vibe is, but you're gonna get me questioning you on that.
Well, you see, Thrayle, he was putting off some really bad energy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, it was the very second that he introduced it as Norris, I got very, very interested, as I always do. And the more he talked, the more I was listening intent.
I didn't get. I honestly got the impression of somebody who was simply trying to impress people, without the knowledge of what they were trying to impress people on. And I wasn't impressed and wouldn't have been impressed had you known everything that you claimed to or done the research you claimed. I would have been more impressed had you given honest answers and not just, I don't know. Let's move forward.
Yeah.
Let's move forward.
I still got those vibes. But, anyways, how's it going, Thrayle?
It's going great, Hammy. I notice other people who couldn't behave on panel are saying he was a great guest. Yeah, we don't really need you to be assertive or try to control or domineer a conversation. And especially if you're going to try to interrupt me, I just move on. I'm much more interested in somebody who's genuinely capable of questioning their beliefs instead of trying to display their dominance. It's gross. Hello, Lieutenant Gray. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
No, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm a Satanist, so no.
When you say Satanist, is that Church of Satan or Satanic Temple? Or something
The
else?
Satanic Temple.
I see. Is it 9 tenants? Or is it 7? I forget.
I believe it's 7.
Interesting.
Fundamental tenets.
I couldn't hear you when you were off up looking it up. It was how many?
It's 7, yeah.
Okay. So, 7 tenants. The Satanic Temple, is this a belief system in any way? Or is this more of a...
It's more of a philosophy, I
Is it a
guess you
philosophy?
should say. It's basically do your own thing, mind your own business. And believe in science.
Do your own thing, mind your own business, and believe in science.
That is the worst way I could have put it, but yeah.
Is that doing your own thing if you're compelled to believe a certain thing?
Well, you're not compelled to believe it. It's that's actually the 7th tenet, is that you're not meant to just like go on it by heart. Here I'll read it.
When you go off app, we can't hear you. So I don't know how you're going to read it. You'll have to like memorize it real quick and come back. Because like right now, we can't hear you at all. I think he's still talking.
All right. They're basically guiding principles.
Did you hear me when you were off app? Because we
Yeah.
couldn't hear you.
No, I wasn't talking when I was off app. I was reading.
So they're guiding principles. What is that? What is the science one?
The science one. Let me grab.
Mhm.
Better and easier if I just try to paste it in chat. Oh, I can't. But okay, basically, that the 5th tenet, and it's basically one's beliefs should conform with that of the best known science. And hang on. This is the first part.
Are you just
It's easier for me if I just paste it instead of butchering it.
I see. So it's compelling you to believe a certain way. Belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs.
And that's the 7th.
The one I just read was the 5th.
Yep.
Oh, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. Is that the one?
Yep, that's the 7th.
I see. And the spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word.
Yep.
And so these are tenets that you live by.
Not per se live by, like I play them in my head constantly, but I try to what's the best wordage here? I try to act on them as well as I can.
You try to act on them as well as you can. Does that include, like, one? The first one?
Yeah.
Or the first 3 important to you?
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes I don't always follow it to a T, but, that's where the,
In what way do
people
you
are
not
fallible.
follow them to a T? In what way do you not follow the first 3?
Are you just now getting into this belief?
Sounding like you're pretty new to it.
It's early.
It's early,
It's
what do you mean?
2:30 in the morning.
Is that
I haven't really talked about this subject in a while.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been
That's actually why I'm
Satanist?
hopping back on lives, because I used to do this all the time. I used to hop on lives and talk about this all the time.
How long have you been a Satanist?
Four or 5 years ago. COVID, yeah.
And what year were you born?
05.
So, what are there any tenets about the way you should treat others?
Yeah, that's the first one, is you should try to treat others with compassion and such, in ordinance with reason.
America first fall on that.
What do you mean? What's the god of Satanism? There is no deity belief. It's in
You don't
science.
need to
That's
respond to the
big
chat.
one.
Stop. Sorry, what was that, Hammy? I didn't quite hear your question.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
didn't
think
get
Lieutenant
that
Gray
either.
did either.
I was asking, whenever it comes to treating those with, God damn it, when it comes to treating those with, how you said you should treat people, where does America first fall on that?
This is what it fully is.
In accordance with reason.
And does that
Why does America First have to do with that?
Well, I mean, it's part of your bio being America First.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
what
just
does that have to?
I'm curious on how that is informed by that particular stance about treating people with striving to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures.
With reason.
So
But
how
I don't. I don't. Okay, I don't see where they correlate.
Do you think Satanism and nationalism are that these are ideas that you can put together, that they work in tandem in some way?
Sorry, I was reading the chat. I mean, I think
Oh,
so.
you weren't listening to my question.
No, I heard
what
your
was
question.
my question? Repeat it back, please.
How does nationalism fit in with Satanism? How can they work together?
Wasn't quite. It wasn't a how. It was more of a do you think these two ideas work together? So it was more of a yes or no.
And I said that I personally do.
You do think that they work together?
Because nationalism is love of your country.
so that's not showing compassion for others.
you
Well, how
intentionally
does
do wrong
me
then?
loving my country and wanting my country first not allow me to have compassion for everybody? Just because I focus on my country first doesn't mean I just hate absolutely everybody else.
So there's a child who's in a playpen and he's got his toy. He loves his toy. This is his toy. And whenever anybody else comes near him while he's playing with his toy, he pushes and kicks them away and hurts them in order to get them away from his toy. Is he showing compassion towards those other kids?
Is that the end of the sentence or question?
Yeah.
Do you know how questions work?
What I really don't think he finished it. He just
I did. I said, is he showing compassion towards the others?
I don't think he's actually paying attention anymore, Hammy.
I don't. The thing is
He's
that
reading the chat. He's realized that his disgusting views are on display, and he's avoiding being involved in the conversation up here anymore.
no, I'm just wild out by you both.
By us? We're just asking questions. What's wild?
So, because a child wouldn't want to share his toy, isn't compassion?
I'm asking you that if a child who has his favorite toy is not only not sharing, but is actively harming other children to keep them away from his toy, is that showing compassion?
Well, in that context, no, but I don't understand how.
Oh, he actually did start to answer the question. Wow. My finger was just sitting on a button. And it was
Look, it happens
Got
all.
tired of sitting on a
You
button.
know, I see a button and my finger gets close to it, and every so often it accidentally pushes it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not here to rage bait my audience. We're not going to sit here and just put that on display all the way to its natural conclusion.
Yeah.
I would much rather see if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and is capable of questioning their belief. I do not know the order of requests, so be patient in that queue as I clear the ghosts. And if you can question your beliefs, I'm sure we'll get to you. Yeah, I don't tend to talk about those. I don't know too much. Branch.
Phoenix Rising, there's only one donut lord around here, and he has not been by in a while.
Donut Lord.
Yeah. Remember the guy who always brought up donuts?
Forgot his name.
No, his name was, I don't remember his name exactly. Wet Paint, was it?
Wet Paint. It was Wet Paint. Phoenix Rising says you're not worthy. Worthy of what? Oh no, Shadagen. I had somebody who was just look at everything. They didn't get to trees, but look at butterflies. Look at the wind. Oh, Ryguy's back.
It's all that.
How did Ryguy get back? Well, did you mean to come back, Ryguy? It's okay. Maybe rather not. That's what happens when I start accepting all the ghosts in the queue without looking. if LJ meant to request up, but hello, LJ. Can I get your age? Probably didn't mean to.
We probably have a sleeper on our hands.
Hmm?
I said probably not. We probably had a sleeper on our hands there.
Very likely. We appreciate our sleepers.
Let's get some W's in the chats for the sleepers.
Hell yeah. We appreciate them so much. We play Wings of Why in the morning. Somebody's morning.
Right. Technically, would it be our evening, Thrayle? Technically. Since, of course, time is an illusion.
I mean, he's just saying time, like day, night, evening, morning. All those are just constructs, projections from each person.
Yeah, it's a social, kind of a social construct because we've all agreed that daylight hours means day and nighttime hours means night. But what if you're not awake during the daylight hours? And so therefore, your morning, because morning is when you wake up, your morning is technically somebody else's night. True, because everything is sandwich. So if everything is sandwich, my taco will always be sandwich. But is everything day or night?
Thank you, Morgan.
Not in the sense that everything in like it's either day or night time, but like the 24 hours is day or the 24 hours is night.
I mean, day has multiple uses, doesn't it? In this day and age.
This day and age, a 24-hour period is a day.
Day is the light. You know.
I don't think I should be doing it. Just my opinion.
I guess it's all gonna boil down to which layer you're calling a sandwich.
That is very true.
There were 14 ghosts in queue. Well, 12 and 2 sleepers. Thank you guys for all the shares. You guys are amazing. We're up to 70 of those. Appreciate every one of you. And of course, thank you for 52,000 likes. Really appreciate all of that. All that tapping, all those shares, all those comments, all your questions. All of that helps get us out to the FYP and maybe get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And of course, if there is anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher anything like that and is capable of questioning their beliefs, then go ahead and request out. We might need a song.
I think you might be right.
Okay, it might take me entirely too long to set these up. So long that we got a request. Look at that, it's a Morgan Le Fay. How you doing, Morgan?
I'm very awake. I'm very, very awake.
Why are you awake?
Oh, you know, high stress. Fell asleep for 5 hours unintentionally. You know, just the
Oh, yeah.
average day of Morgan.
I do know the falling asleep unintentionally thing. Might have done a little of that myself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Falling asleep? What's that?
Sleep is for the weak. And I had a moment of weakness.
Oh, I slept really, really hard myself, so I'm right there with you.
I'm not sure what BCC means by not allowed to question.
I've been watching that in the comments, and I'm not really sure what that means either.
He might mean that, Legion, or he might mean something else. I don't know. But maybe you, that person who just scrolled in, maybe you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, and maybe you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. If you think you can question your belief, then go ahead and join us up here. We're not here to burgle your gods. We don't bite, usually. And we're really just here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe. And if you can, well, we've definitely got some questions for you. In the meantime, Michael V's got some music for all of us.
Sit with me in the dark a while. No answers tucked in neat little rows. The stars don't worry if they're in line. Maybe it's okay that we don't know. The world is a question with no last page. A river that laughs as it bends and flows. We can watch it ripple, we can dip our hands and still be alive in the not knowing glow. Don't clutch the edges of truth too tight. It might crumble like sand in your palm. There's freedom in wandering, freedom in doubt, a quiet kind of peace in the calm. So let the shadows linger a while, let your questions dance, let them grow. The night whispers softly, it's okay, it's okay. Do not know.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Do you have a belief in God's higher powers or anything like that that lights up your hours? What is it you believe? Why do you believe? If you think there's a God and if you feel the energy, if there's a higher power calling out to be, we wish to question you. So request all up. Request all up. Request. Step into the light, let your truth be known. Tell us what you're feeling deep down in your bones. Request all up. Request all up. Come on, request all up. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, do you have a belief in God's higher powers or anything like that that lights up your hours? What is it you believe? Why do you believe? If you think there's a God, if you feel the energy, if there's a higher power calling out to you, he wish to question you. So request on up. Request on up. Request. Step into the light, let your truth be known. Tell us what you're feeling deep down in your bones. Request on up. Request on up. Come on, request on up.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Michael V, for the first one, and Bats for that second one. I really like that.
Oh my god, that was Bats. That was beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I loved it so much. We're getting some really good music.
Hell yeah. I don't know if there are believers who believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, who are curious enough or courageous enough to request on up. But I think I've got one more fun little song to play while I go make a cup of coffee.
Got a quiet little table in the corner by the bar, where the questions pour like whiskey and the truth walks in unstarred. I'm not stealing any halos, I'm not picking heaven's lot, just a curious kind of stranger tapping gently on the box. So come on up and join the panel palette. Slide your stories in the light. I won't burgle any gods you're holding, I just want to see if they survive the night. Lay your answers on the table or say nothing if you fall, 'cause I don't know is a fine confession. It might be the truest one of all. You can bring your saints and sages, you can bring your private prayers. We'll hang them on the coat rack with our worries and our stares. Every creed can take a shiver, every faith can feel a chill. If it trembles when we touch it, tell me, was it ever really still? So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your certainties feel small. I won't shake the sky just to be clever. I just wanna see what stands, what falls. Lay your answers on the table or leave fingerprints installed. 'Cause I don't know is a sweet surrender. It might be the truest one of all. I'm not here to steal your Sunday or the stories that you trust. I just dust them in the doorway, see what's diamond, what is dust. When the last defense is silence, when the brightest words grow dim, maybe doubt's a kind of chapel, and the question is a hymn. So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your sacred shadows crawl. I won't pick the pockets of your heaven. I just want to see if it can hold us all. Lay your answers on the table or let uncertainty stand tall. 'Cause I don't know, in a smoky whisper might be the truest line of all.
Hello, Roberto. Can I get your age for
The
TikTok
fuck, man?
TOS?
No.
Well, you requested it. We'll just move right along then. But thank you, Heretical Apothecary, for that one. I really like that too.
That's one of my favorites that he's done.
Somebody in the Discord, I know who it was asking me the other day about the lounge song with the female singer, and I could not place which one of all of the songs it was. Now I know. It's definitely that one.
Yeah, it's that one.
That's the one. I like it. Yeah. Bloodstain, did you mean to request up?
Yeah.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god?
Jesus.
And why did you request up today?
Just because, I feel that, the more that, I question my faith, the better understanding I have of myself, I guess, and like what it is like I'm really doing, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it so much, but I guess somewhat, just if I don't really want to be, misled.
In what ways have you questioned your beliefs since the last time we spoke?
Well, last time I questioned my beliefs, it was yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but early this morning. I was thinking, well, well, there were a lot of the things that we had talked about last time. I was like, well, a lot of the things, I really didn't have an answer for. So like, I was like, because I never really had been asked those questions before, so it really gave me a chance to really kind of think about it. And I was like, yeah, I never really thought about it in that way. But I mean, it's just
What is a way that you have questioned your belief?
well, whether or not God is real or not.
And how have you questioned that?
Just thinking about okay, so I used to pray a lot, and I mean, it's been a long time since I've prayed, and I was just like, well, dang, like what was different when I was praying, and I was praying to God, than when now that I'm not, and I mean, I guess I felt lost both times, but I think when I was praying, I think it was just a kind of like just like I felt like a sense of purpose. So I mean, but
So praying made you feel a sense of purpose, or it was a purpose you felt?
well, I guess because I used to be an evangelist, and I used to go out into the inner cities and try to help out people that had addictions. And I guess I was just kind of like,
What was the question I asked?
what was the purpose? Um, hmm, what purpose? Well, I guess I felt purpose. How do I explain it?
Let's back up, Bloodstain. So you believe in the Bible, right?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the word of God.
Why do you believe that?
Because it says, I've read the Bible, and and I honestly think it's a genuine, it's God's word.
So you believe the Bible is the Word of God because you've read it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it says so in the Bible.
And it says so. And so because you read it and it says so, then therefore it must be the Word of God.
Yeah.
If another book says that it's the Word of God and you haven't read it, is it possible that it is the Word of God?
No, because there's not
Because
any
you
other.
haven't read it?
No. There has been other books that have said that it's been like the words of like God. Um, and I don't believe those.
Why not?
Yep. Oh, yeah, because it's not I guess because a lot of it's based on like mythology, so it's like the Bible's theology.
In what way does that answer my question?
Well, I guess it really doesn't, but let's see. Let me give me a minute to think about it real quick. Can you ask the question again? Maybe I could just
Did you forget?
yeah, I did. Sorry about that.
You said you had read or that there were other books that claimed to be the Word of God. What makes them not the Word of God?
That they're not they're in the book. It describes about well, it's not the God, the Christian God or whatever. It's based on mythology.
Have you read the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
No. No, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe in John Smith.
I think you mean Joseph Smith.
Yes, Joseph Smith. Did I say John? Yeah, Joseph Smith. So I mean, it's like the way I think about it. Like, I mean, like even the years are based off of Jesus
Stop for
Christ.
a moment. Stop.
Okay.
No, you're trying to preach now, and it's really weird the way you do it.
Sorry.
Because it makes no sense with
I
the
know.
questions being asked.
I know. Sorry about that. I get
Why
off
are you
track
trying to
sometimes.
preach at us?
I really wasn't trying to preach. I just get lost with my chain of thought sometimes.
Right. I was asking you why other books weren't the Word of God, the ones that claim to be.
Well, that's the closest answer that I have that I can give you. I don't have no other.
Have you read the Katabiaktas?
Yes.
You have.
Those are the. Oh wait, no, that's not it. No, I haven't read those. I was thinking of something else.
You haven't read the Katabiaktas and the Katabiakan?
Yeah, no, I haven't. I was thinking of something else.
What about the hidden words?
The hidden words?
Mm-hmm.
No, I have not.
The 7 valleys and 4 valleys?
No.
Did you read the Bhagavad Gita at least?
Yeah, I think I did. Can you explain that to me? Because I could better understand if I read. Because I'm not sure I'm understanding. How do you spell it?
I don't know how to read. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh, okay.
So you haven't read other books that claim to be words of God's?
No, not the ones that you've mentioned. But I mean, I've read a few other ones.
Thrayle, is that just within the one,
No.
or did you mention a bunch of others?
No, the ones I named were all within one
Oh,
denomination of Abrahamic faith.
oh. Did you read anything other than something from Abrahamic faith?
Was that a question for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I have. Yeah, actually, the one that I really what I was working reading on last was the book of Daniel, and what was that, the other one, the book of Enoch. Well, I read that one in high school, but the book of Malachi and the book of Daniel were the last two ones that I was kind of getting into. But I mean, my favorite part of the Bible was always Revelation, so I kind of just always would read that.
In what way
But
did that respond to Hemi's question?
Well, I guess I haven't read any of Abraham's books. To answer your question, Hemi.
Oh my. When we referred to Abrahamic gods, do you know what we're talking about?
I assume you're talking about Abraham from the Bible?
Mm-hmm. So the God of the Bible, the God of the Torah,
the God of Abraham,
the Quran, right?
No, I haven't read the Quran.
Have you read any books that claim to be of gods that are not this God, the God of Abraham?
Yeah, I have. There's been I can't remember what it's called, but it's based off of Jesus Christ and Abraham's God, and it's not the word of God, because I guess the way that it words it, I guess it words it like how would I explain it? Like maybe to him instead of for
I'm
him,
sorry.
instead of about him.
What are you talking about, and what way does this answer the question?
I guess
you're not. I don't know if it's the day of the week or if it's something else affecting things right now, Bloodstain, but I don't think we're actually communicating, the two of us right now. I feel like I'm speaking and you're responding to an opportunity to talk rather than the question that was asked.
Well, I want to take this time to remind everyone who is in the Discord that if you've ever thought that you would want to support the Batcolyte, even when we're not live, then I've got news for you. There's a spot in the Discord under merch ideas where you can add your submission for the very first official Batcolyte merch. Or maybe you're an artist and think you can draw up some good merch that will get the people around you questioning their beliefs, in which case you can submit it there. But if you're not in the Discord, well, then you can't submit it. So,
You'll
Thrayle,
have to
how
follow
did you...
that link tree in my bio. But we have a guest on panel. Hi, Ivy. Can I get your age for TikTok, DOS?
Hey, how are you? I'm 19.
And what year were you born?
2006.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
You have read it from beginning to end, you said?
Yeah.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I believe, the things, I respect literature, right? So when things are written as metaphor, as simile, as things of that nature, as rhetoric, I read it as that. I read the poetry as poetry. I read the historical accounts as historical accounts.
How
So do you believe all the historical accounts
Yes.
that you think are, let me rephrase this. You believe everything in there that is written as a historical account is historically true?
Yes.
What are the first historical accounts in the Bible?
Are you talking about like chronologically?
Yeah, what is the earliest historical account that is true in the Bible?
I guess I would say something that's more so historically verifiable, that's respected as a historical account, could be like Exodus when it comes to the Israelites. Or
And how is that a historical account?
that's a historical account because of the way that it's written. It's written as this happened here at this time at this day. This is why this happened. So it's a
I see.
historical.
And is Genesis not written in that way? There's no points where these are things that happened. These are things that were said on these days.
Yeah, Genesis. I'm assuming you're talking about the creation story. It's
The
more
whole
so
book.
of
I'm asking about the whole book.
the
Leading up to Exodus. Yeah, there's a whole book of Genesis.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm curious,
Abraham. I'm
is
sorry.
any of that true?
Yeah.
So then the Exodus wouldn't be the earliest historical account according to you.
Then Genesis, Abraham, Hagar, all that, sir, everybody. Yeah.
You're kind of mumbling. It's difficult to understand you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so there's certain things within Genesis. Can you tell me what the earliest historical account in there is?
The earliest historical account. I guess for me, it's more so how I define a historical account. A historical account is something that is more so depicted and written as, let's say, who, what, when, where, and why. Right. So that. So yeah.
God hovered over the waters of the deep.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kind of Genesis 1. Doesn't it say God hovered over the waters of the deep?
Yes.
Like who? And he's there. And when would be like before, I guess the first day, right?
No.
Is it before the first day?
No, when I think the Bible makes it obvious that time is different from God's perspective. It says later in the Bible something about a day to God is like 1,000 years or something like that. So I think when it comes to time,
It says a day to God is 1,000 years.
or 1,000 years to God is a day. It was something like that.
So 1,000 years is a day.
No, yeah, what I'm saying is, it was used as kind of a metaphor, kind of a comparison. to
Is
like.
that is that an actual comparison if it kind of swings two ways in the same sentence?
I don't understand what you mean.
It says 1,000 years is a day, and a day is 1,000 years.
No,
So,
no,
like,
it was one.
does
It
that
was
mean
one
that
of.
both of them are the same? It kind of fluctuates on
No,
God's mood.
no, it was one of them. It wasn't both of them. I don't
So it's
remember.
only like, so there's an equation somewhere in the
No,
Bible
that's
where it's like one human day is equal to 1,000 God years, or is it
no.
the other way around?
No, what I'm saying is that the context of that is a metaphorical basis. He's speaking in metaphor, so it's obvious that he's not using a real mathematical equation. Rather, he is talking about how much different time is to God because he's outside of time.
So that's talking, and this is in Genesis.
No, no, I don't remember
Oh,
which book it is, but I could look it up real quick for you.
so it's not Genesis. So, but in Genesis, in the first one, when it's talking about like who and what and where, is the creation a historical account? I mean, does it do that? Does it meet your criteria?
No, I wouldn't say that the creation story claims to be a historical account because the person who wrote the creation story wasn't there, you know?
Who wrote the creation story?
If I remember correctly, it was Moses, but I have to look that up real quick if that's cool with you.
Okay.
Okay. Really?
Go ahead and look it up.
Story.
Oh, I'm going to mute you while you do that, just so I can thank the audience for the 64,000 times they've tapped the screen. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. And the over 80 times you've shared the live. Well, 80 now, I guess. Thank you guys so much for all that. Moses did write it, for sure.
It says that most scholars believe it to be Moses.
Does it say most scholars believe it to be Moses? That's interesting. What says that?
That's what it says on. I just looked it up. I'm seeing the AI thing right in front of me.
And the AI says that most scholars believe Genesis was written by Moses.
Yeah. And it's also saying, scholars suggest that Moses may have compiled and edited existing oral traditions or writings. So some what do you call it? The other scholars believe that he just compiled the readings. But yeah, I think it's obvious that because no human or no man was there for like most of the creation story, it is not a historical account because like no person was there to watch the thing, so it wouldn't be deemed as a historical account.
So there'd be no reason why if I looked up, I don't know, if I typed into Google, what is the scholarly consensus on who wrote Genesis? There should be no reason why it's a different account, right?
No, that's not what I said at all. I'm just reading what I see.
You said most scholars. I wonder,
Yeah,
does it say most scholars? Just most, and then the word scholars, or is there another word there?
No, this is what I'm reading from like my laptop. So if you could find something different, then yeah, we could talk about that too. But I personally believe the creation story to be as it is. I believe that.
So you believe it is as it is, but it's not a historical account?
Yeah, because it couldn't possibly be a historical account if a person didn't write it down. You understand what I'm saying? Like while it was happening.
But is it historically accurate?
I believe it to be. Yeah, I believe that it is historically accurate. I believe that God created the earth in 7 days. I believe that He revealed it in the way that He did it.
I see. So He, according to you, created things in the 7 days that are written in Genesis 1 in that order?
Yes.
So then He would have created, what was first? Was it light?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the second thing He created?
He created the heavens and the earth, I'm pretty sure. The firmament,
What is firmament?
the heavens, and the like waters above the heavens or under the heavens. I don't remember. It was like,
What do you mean by heavens there? Is that something?
it's like heaven, like the heaven where God is.
Heaven is where God is. So he created where he is after he created other things, after he created light.
No, well, are you asking me or are you telling me the order? Because I don't remember the order by heart.
Oh, so if it says he created light on day 1 and firmament on day 2, you're saying that he created the light and then he created where he is after that. And you're saying firmament is where
No.
he is. What is the water it's separating?
Okay, so are you like, do you remember the account? Because I feel like we're just going into confusion right now because I don't fully remember the exact account. So are you just asking me or do you know?
I'm asking you what the water is that's being separated.
Yes, the water is called the firmament. From my understanding, it's
I
the
thought the firmament was what separated the water. When was the last time you read Genesis 1?
I read it maybe like a week and a half ago.
But you don't remember the order?
I don't remember the exact order. Is that like a problem?
I don't know. I'm just find it strange if you read it a week ago and you don't remember the order. How many times do you think you've read Genesis 1?
I have no idea.
A lot, right?
Yeah. I don't like.
How many times have you been on my panel?
Maybe like 5 times, 6 times.
Was there ever a time we didn't talk about Genesis 1?
Yeah.
There was.
Yeah.
Was it because you got dropped real quick?
No, we were talking about Josephus.
Oh, I see. We didn't talk about Genesis 1 at all.
We spoke about Genesis 1 the last time I think it was like maybe a couple weeks ago or a month ago or something.
But you've read it since then?
Yeah.
Do you just believe the book is true regardless of what it says, and then try to make it make sense after?
No, I'm skeptical and I look for and I research things that I have doubts on to see if my doubts are correct.
So when you researched if Moses was the author of Genesis, the extent of your research was an AI overview that said most scholars, and you accepted that at face value?
No, because I didn't research it. I quickly looked it up. I wouldn't call that research.
Okay, fair enough. So how would you research the authorship of Genesis if you were to look beyond the AI overview?
I would look at articles that talk about it, scholarly articles. I would look at how we know and how we determine how the, how the scholars determine who wrote or who could have possibly written Genesis and things of that nature. Now I'll come to an answer.
And you haven't done any of that research before?
No, I never. Oh no, that's how I knew. I think somebody mentioned it to me, or I saw it somewhere where Moses read Genesis, or what's it called, wrote Genesis. But that's why I didn't take it as, when I brought it up from the jump, I didn't take it as he absolutely wrote Genesis, because I I didn't research it, right? So that's why I was like, I could look it up because I never researched it.
Does it matter to you if Moses wrote Genesis or not? Does it matter if that turned out to not be true?
No.
You read in your AI overview that maybe he compiled it. If he wrote it, then maybe he compiled it from other myths and stories.
No, I read that he compiled it from. I didn't finish the sentence, but it didn't say myths.
Oh, sorry, what was it?
I don't know where you got that from. No.
What was the other word there that wasn't myth?
Some scholars suggest that Moses may have compiled and edited existing oral traditions and writings to create the text we have today.
Oral traditions and writings.
Yeah, because
so if he had
sorry.
compiled and edited oral traditions, would that mean that he was writing an account given to him by God, or is that him editing something that already exists to fit?
If Moses acquired these or wrote down these things from oral what is it called? Oral traditions and writings, I would believe that he heard somebody present their case of God told me this is what happened, and Moses wrote it down.
So you think that he would have had somebody present him a story that God told them, and then he believed it?
I mean, it doesn't say anywhere that Moses believed it. It just said that he wrote it down. I don't know where are you going with this?
So is he a divinely inspired editor?
Oh, I have no idea. It's possible.
Is it possible that he just took stories that he liked and put them together?
Then again, I feel like this line of thinking is just unproductive because, like I said, no.
Fascinating. He didn't even let me get to the end of the question before you said the line of thinking was unproductive.
Yeah, because like you said earlier, I did not research on this. We did not research on this, so we have no idea who wrote this or if the co-pilot
researched this, and I had questions that I was trying to get through. But since you're incapable of being patient and you're trying to turn this into an emotional display, I'll just move on. It's fine.
Welcome in, Babs.
Good morning, Babs. I bet you had a question for that guest.
I did, but it might have not been a reasonable line of questioning for him.
Oh, well, if you start asking him something that makes him think harder than, a stock answer or an AI response, then I think he might not think it's a reasonable line of questioning.
Yeah, it's not going to be productive to him.
Because it doesn't fit his narrative. He has to make it fit his narrative or it's not productive. He's not actually looking for the truth. So there's no reason for him to question his beliefs if he's already decided which one he's going to believe. Unlike Colton, hopefully.
Yeah. Hello? Hey there, Colton. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm above the age of 18.
By how many years?
2.
So you're 20?
Yep, 20.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I am a Protestant Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've not fully read it. I I'm more versed with the New Testament. The Old Testament, I don't know as much. I've not fully read the Old Testament.
Why not?
But the New Testament I have read cover to cover.
Why haven't you read the Old Testament?
Just because, honestly, I've started reading my Bible more so in the past year, and I've kind of just been digging at the New Testament, and also I've been trying to learn Greek and Hebrew to understand the what the language is that the Bible was originally written in. So learning new languages, especially when they're dead languages, it's kind of hard to get through it fast. So that's kind of why I've not fully gotten.
Hebrew is necessarily a dead language, is it?
It's not, but it's dead in the way that not a lot of people speak it. I'm not going to be able to go out in the real world and find people to actually speak that language with. You know what I mean?
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Where I live, at least. I mean, I'm yet to meet someone that can speak Hebrew fluently, so yeah, I mean, at least where I live, I don't live in a very populated area, so.
Have you ever looked to see if there's a synagogue in your area?
I don't believe there is one, actually. I've gone to a few different places of worship. I've gone to Mormon churches, I've gone to Muslim temples. I was
asking about synagogues specifically because
Hebrew,
right?
Yeah, I've not gone to a synagogue.
Wouldn't somebody who speaks Hebrew, that might be where you might find someone like a rabbi.
Yeah, but haven't really dug into the Old Testament as much as I think I should, but
So
getting there.
Does it matter to you if the stories in the Old Testament are true or not?
I believe most of them are true. I believe all of it is divine revelation of God. I mean, I do believe
most of it is true.
I believe all. I believe it is all true. I believe everything. I believe all of the Old Testament is true.
So there's nothing in it that is not true.
Yeah, I don't believe any of it is not true.
But you haven't really read it.
I've not read it word for word, but I've watched sermons on every single book, every single chapter. That's all I watch in my free time. I've gone to Christian school.
Every chapter.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. I mean, obviously, in Numbers, you have all this Mosaic law. I'm not going to watch a sermon on Mosaic law because some of it's just not really prevalent to our modern day and age. I'm not going to watch a sermon on how to build a tabernacle.
Why is it not relevant?
We don't sacrifice animals anymore. We don't practice these same laws that they did. We don't practice slavery anymore. Why don't we do this? Because slavery is not legal. Butchering animals for religion is typically not legal in most areas.
Is that why we don't practice these anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because
laws say not to.
Well, yeah. Jesus makes it very clear to follow the law of the government. He says that in the Matthew. I mean, he's pretty clear on that.
He says that in the Matthew?
Yes, he says that. I believe it is Matthew 21. It's either Matthew 21 or 16. Chapter 16 or 21. He says it's because the Pharisees are questioning him about the golden coins with Caesar's faith.
It's 15.
It is 15? Sorry, my bad. I was close. I was almost there.
When they ask why he doesn't wash his hands. Is that the part?
I don't believe. No, they're asking him about the coins.
Maybe it is a different chapter.
They're asking him about the coins. Yes, they're asking him about the coins, and he says to give the taxes to Caesar give the taxes that belong to
unto Caesar.
Yeah.
Render unto Caesar the things that is Caesar, and to God the things that are God's.
Yes. So like I said, a lot of the things in there's quite a bit of Mosaic law
So
that's
I'm
would
curious.
be deemed illegal
Right.
now. So
Right. So is that the only reason why why you don't follow those laws?
I mean, for the most part, yeah.
So you only don't follow Mosaic law because governments now say they're illegal.
Yeah, because like I said,
You would
Jesus,
otherwise follow them.
no, probably not.
Why not?
Because the old law, Jesus answers the old law. He says
What do you
that
mean
the old
answers?
okay, so I mean, traditional Jewish, Orthodox Jewish people, they do follow most of those laws. Like I said, obviously, there's some laws that they can't because of modern day law. But Jesus, when he came, and when God limited himself and came into human flesh, he answered the Mosaic law because he knew that people couldn't fully follow it, right?
So
I mean,
he answered it because people. I'm confused. What do you mean he answered it because people couldn't fully follow it? How's that?
Jesus said that in order to follow the law, essentially it boils down to follow Jesus Christ and love your neighbor as yourself. That is answering the law.
How is that answering the law? Wasn't the law like 613 commandments?
Yeah, it is. But
So
because,
how is that,
like I said, because
the law?
people can't follow that to a T,
Then why would God prescribe the law if people can't follow it? Did he not know?
No, he did. But
He knew
it's because people were not, the world wasn't ready for Jesus yet.
I'm sorry. So people couldn't follow the law, and he made the law anyways.
It's not that people couldn't follow it, it's that people
Did he
just
know
didn't.
people couldn't follow it?
People could follow the law, they just didn't.
People could follow it.
You can.
I thought
mean,
you said
yes.
people couldn't.
Well, like, I'm in the sense that they're human, they're gonna make errors, they're gonna make mistakes.
So they couldn't
they're going
follow
to
the
sin.
law then?
They couldn't follow it to a T because they're human.
Did he know that
it's
they
human
wouldn't
error.
be able to follow it?
Yeah, he's omniscient. Yes, he's all knowing.
So he made a law that he knew humans couldn't follow.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm just repeating back
what I'm
what you're
saying
saying.
Is humans are imperfect. We can follow the law if we so choose, but we don't.
We can follow the law. So it's not that
they could have followed the law.
So they could have.
Because of human error and just human stupidity, they didn't.
They could have followed a law, but God made them stupid, so they couldn't.
No, humans have free will, so it's their own stupidity. God didn't make
Is the stupidity? I'm sorry. Is stupidity a choice?
I mean, you could say it is. You could say it's not. Some people don't think they're being stupid when they are.
Not?
Huh? What was that?
Did God make them stupid, or
no? He
did they
gave
make
them
themselves stupid?
He gave them free will.
He gave them free will. Which chapter is that?
If we're made in the image of God and he limits himself, we have free will. If we didn't have free will, there wouldn't be God wouldn't be loving.
Where does it say that he made free will?
I actually do not know.
Interesting. So then why would you assume he did?
Because wait, I'm blanking here. In Genesis. In Genesis chapter 2 when Adam and Eve eat the apple.
That's chapter 3. And what apple?
I have it highlighted. I actually do have this highlighted somewhere.
Are you talking about 2:17?
Yeah, I have that highlighted right here. 2:16 and 2:16 and 2:17, correct, yes.
Okay, so where does it say free will?
It doesn't exactly say free will.
Where does he give them a choice?
But it says... Where is it?
Which translation are you reading?
I'm reading ESV.
Interesting.
Just because I like reading that, just because it's easier for me to memorize verses and actually memorize the Bible. I like learning the memorizing.
Does it matter if the translation is accurate or just readable?
It's pretty accurate. Like I said,
How do you know?
Because I've been looking at the Koine Greek translation, which is one of the very first translations of the Bible, but it was primarily written in.
But we're not looking at that, are we? We're looking, you said Genesis, so this would be Hebrew.
Yeah, I know.
So how would you know if this is accurate or not?
I guess I don't.
What does yours say at 17?
Verse 17, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day of that you eat of it you shall surely die.
Where's the free will?
Doesn't say anything about free will, but that doesn't mean we don't have free will.
I thought you said this was the verse that gave them free will.
He's giving them the option. He's
What
telling
option?
them that if you eat...
Does he say if or does he say when?
He doesn't say either.
Does it say if you eat of the tree? What does it say there? Or does it say
That
when?
for in the day that you eat of it,
For
you
in
shall
the
surely.
day that you eat of it.
Thrayle?
Interesting. Go ahead, Hammy.
Thrayle, does that sound like an actual choice? Like this or that?
It almost sounds like a prediction to me.
Oh. So, Colton, this is a prediction as Thrayle sees it as. Where's the, like, even if I could grant you free choice, where's the actual choice here?
What are you asking? Did they have an actual choice to eat of the fruit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
If it's
though.
eat
They
of
did
it.
have a choice. They didn't have to eat of the fruit.
What?
So
you
if
saying?
I'm
Go ahead, Hammy.
So if I tell you, Colton, that if you touch this thing, I will, I don't know, like smack you, right? If I said that, am I truly giving you a choice in this matter?
Yeah, I don't have to touch it.
Yeah, you don't have to, but the thing is I'm over here telling you that if you did, you're going to get smacked.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna
do it. Is that a choice? But is that an actual choice?
Like for me to touch whatever you're talking about?
Is it free?
Is it free?
It's of my free will to not touch it. Like I can choose. Okay, I'm gonna touch it.
How is it free? How is it free?
Like, what do you mean by free? Define what you're trying to say.
What? Okay, better yet, what do you think free will means?
I have the option to choose whatever I want. I can follow God, or I cannot. I don't have to follow God if I don't want to. I'm a free thinker. I can think I can think whatever I want.
Can you choose to be born sinless?
No, we aren't born sinless.
Oh,
We're born
what
of
does that
sin.
mean?
We're born
Sorry,
into sin. We're
what does that
sinful by
mean?
nature.
What does that mean, we're born into sin? I thought you had freedom of choice.
We do have freedom of choice, but that doesn't
How
mean
can
we're
you
not
not be?
sinless.
I don't want to be born with sin.
How can how can one be born of sin? So when
No,
you're
I said
born,
I don't want to be born of sin.
well, you are. That's just how people are made.
So then there's no freedom of choice there.
Like, what are you saying? That you don't want to be born of sin?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, you can be.
Are you not
You can be
understanding?
forgiven of your sins if you submit your lives to Christ.
Colton, did you not hear the...
Well, you're saying that you don't want to be born into sin, but by default nature
Colton,
we are.
stop trying to preach at us and listen to the question. Can you choose not to be?
No, you
then
cannot.
where is the free choice? The freedom to choose whatever you want, as you said. Is that not freedom? To choose to be
Choose
born
whatever you
into sin?
want in terms of action, not in terms
Choose
of how
whatever
you're
you
born.
want.
You can't
Can you
choose when
choose
you're born.
Can you choose to not be sinful?
Yeah, you can. It's very hard, but you can choose not to
What
be
is
sinful.
sin?
What is sin? It is breaking of the commandments that Jesus and the Bible aligned for us.
Which commandments?
Well, I mean, you have obviously the first 10 commandments, and then you have some of the Mosaic law.
Only some of them count as sin.
Well, no, they all count.
So if you don't stone a disobedient child, you're sinning.
Like I said,
Is that
law
sin?
changes, and like I said,
I'm asking you though, is that sin?
at the
We
time,
can get to the
historically at the time, it probably would have been.
But now it's not.
Like I said, Jesus said that you follow the law.
Are you ignoring the questions?
I'm not. Can I answer the question?
You're just going back to repeat
I'm not.
Jesus said something, but is it sin now is a yes or no question.
No. Like I said, Jesus answered
Okay.
that.
What about wearing clothes of mixed fabric? Is that a sin?
No, and that was a sin at the time because it was idolization. They were idolizing false gods. I mean,
Wearing mixed fabric?
Yeah.
How is mixed fabric idolizing false gods?
It was ceremonial law. It's not like a current sin anymore because Christ, like I said, ceremonial law was fulfilled by Christ in the New Testament.
How is that false idol?
How is that false idol?
Yeah, because
How
you
is
said
wearing
Or it wasn't
mixed
false. Sorry,
clothing?
it was supposed to separate the Israelites and the other nations in the area at the time. And a lot of the other nations were worshiping false idols. The Israelites weren't. They were worshiping God.
What did that have to do with the mixed fabrics?
Like I said, it was like a symbol of separation. It separated the Israelites and the other nations who were worshiping.
Is that what the
false idols.
shellfish was about too, or was that different?
What shellfish? Like I said, I'm not well versed in the Old Testament.
Well, do you eat shellfish, Colton?
Not
Ever once?
I have in the past, yes.
Are you aware there's a commandment in the Bible? I'm sorry, where?
Do you observe Lent?
Yeah, I do observe Lent.
Why?
Interesting.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Why?
Just church tradition. You know, it makes me think. It just, when I observe Lent, I decide I'm gonna try to be better in one aspect of my life. I feel like Lent, I don't even put a title on it. I feel like the concept of Lent would be something that everybody could benefit from. I mean,
Hey, breaks. What do you eat on Friday?
well, you're not supposed to eat meat, so you eat fish.
Why?
Well, in Lent, I actually don't know the history behind Lent, but I know that's the tradition of Lent. Like I said, I don't necessarily know the entire concept behind Lent, but it's church tradition. And like I said,
have you ever questioned it?
Well, no, because Lent specifically, no, because
why not?
Well, like I was about to say, whenever I've practiced Lent in the past, we're always told that we should try to like I said, better one aspect of our life. And
right, they tell you what to do, but are they never telling you why?
Honestly, I have been told why in the past, but like I said, more recently, I started paying attention and actually digging into the words. So I never really paid attention, if you want me to be honest with you. I kind of took my faith for granted at one point in my life. Not paying attention out of malicious intent. I just was young and lost soul, so.
Colton, do you know what sin is? The origin of the word sin.
The origin of the word sin? No, I do not. Do you?
Yes.
Could you tell me about it?
It's an archery term. It means to miss the mark.
That sounds about right.
So by definition, to sin would be to miss the mark of God. So God setting something up and then missing the mark would be sin, or just even not fulfilling his word would be sin. it's not so much it could be a not doing of something, or it could be a doing of something. Do you think God has ever sinned?
No, he's sinless.
Well, has he ever lied then? Because lying is a sin.
No, he hasn't. The Bible's divine revelation. He never goes back on his word, and he never lies about his word.
Fascinating.
Then why in verse 17 that you read earlier did God directly lie? The first lie, actually.
That's your interpretation of it.
Read it again.
You can read something and then falsely interpret it.
Can you read it again? And you can tell us that we're falsely interpreting it.
But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die.
What does that mean?
It means that they will, like, that's the fall. It's not saying you're literally going to die.
Just tell me, why did you decide that it means something other than the words on the page?
What do you mean by that?
Didn't it, you were just saying that if they eat of it on the day, they will surely die. But then you just said, well, it's not saying literally die. Why did you decide that?
Because if we look late, like Adam and Eve wouldn't have died if they didn't eat of the fruit. Eating the fruit allowed them to be able to die.
That?
What do you mean, where does it say that?
Where does it say they wouldn't have died if they didn't eat it?
I believe it says...
Look, can you go to the verse, Colton, where it talks about the reasoning why God kicks them out of the Garden of Eden?
That's that's chapter 3, verse 22, right?
Probably somewhere around there.
He drove out the man at the east of the garden? That?
I believe so. Go ahead and read.
You're looking at it right now.
He drove out the man, and at the east of the Garden of Eden, he placed the cherubim and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. That?
So what is it that God says is the reason why Adam and Eve cannot stay in the Garden of Eden?
Because they've eaten of the tree of life?
Well, no, they've eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When did they eat of the
tree of life?
Right.
When did that happen? Plot twist, rewrite, retcon. When did they eat of the tree of life?
It's the same tree.
No, these are two.
Where does it say that? Why would one be called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the other be called the tree of life?
Probably because of how it's translated.
It translates differently in the same book, in the same translation, written by the same author.
That happens in a lot of historical texts. It's not just the Bible.
I think you just pulled that answer out of your ass. I don't know why you're not pausing to actually think and stop. I don't know why you're not pausing to actually think and reflect on the questions being asked instead of just pulling out these preloaded responses that don't actually address what's being said. Take a moment between question and answer, and it might sound like you actually gave it some thought.
Well, my thought isn't wrong. Translation does get messed up in historical
texts. Which word is being translated wrong? Can you tell me, is it life? Is it knowledge? Is it good and evil? Which word is being translated wrong?
It's probably life and good and evil, because Hebrew...
What's the Hebrew word
you don't even know?
life?
Actually don't know what the Hebrew word is, but I'm assuming that it has a similar meaning.
Why are you assuming?
Well, because from contextual evidence of other Hebrew words, the Hebrew language was really small. It's not like a very complex language, so they reused a lot of words.
Are you sure it's not a complex language?
Yeah.
How many words have you learned so far?
On
your Duolingo, I'm assuming.
No. I'm learning from like college courses, and then also from like I literally just started like 2 weeks ago, not very long.
Colton, can you read Genesis 3:22?
I have a question. Does all of your guys' evidence stem from Genesis?
Colton, it's not about evidence. We're not here to debate. I don't know if you've read the room wrong, if you think this is some kind of argument. That's why you're so quick to respond with these canned responses that make no sense with the questions being asked. But we're not debating you. We're asking you questions.
But the thing that's funny is I literally said at the beginning of this that I don't know much about the Old Testament. I would actually be able to like give you well thought out answers if we
It's
talked somewhere in the
fascinating.
New
So
Testament.
why then don't you ever say I don't know when you don't know something? Why
I have
then
said
do you
I don't
make
know.
something
I've said I don't know multiple times during this conversation, friend. Literally, when Bats talked about the word sin, I said I have no idea. And
that was an honest moment. I did appreciate that. Why do you then assume to know answers to the rest of Old Testament interpretations, translations? Your answer to the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil being the same tree according to you, was that there was a translation error?
Well, I'm not saying there was a translation error. I'm saying that, like I said, in the Hebrew language, they use the same word, and it has more. Like some of these words have multiple meanings, like day and.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get. Stop, Amy. I'm not trying to get everybody to talk at once. That's why I was trying to stop everyone. Which day? I'm sorry, not which day. Which word is it that's being? I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
Which word is it that's being mistranslated here?
I'm not saying it's being mistranslated. I'm saying that from, like I said, from other evidence that I've seen, it could possibly, like the word in Hebrew could possibly have multiple meanings. Like the Hebrew word for day is yom, Y-O-M, and yeah, it does mean a 24-hour period. But
so we're not talking about day. We're talking.
I know,
about
but I'm using this for an example.
Life
I know I'm using this for an example though.
Knowledge of good and evil.
Like I said though, that
Seems
word
like
has
more words in one tree title than the other, right?
Well, like I said, if I could finish my statement, the day, that word for day, yom.
Oh my gosh.
Also means seasons.
So you're trying to make a debate out of the word.
No,
yom.
no,
Nobody,
I'm not.
stop. Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested in yom at the moment. The question was about the trees. What is it between the trees that do you think is being mistranslated? Or are you still saying that it's a mistranslation?
I'm not saying that it's a mistranslation.
Okay.
A tree
So
can
why
have multiple
then
names.
does it say? Why then does it refer to a tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
I have
and
no idea why
life?
it's translated like that.
So translate it again is interesting. I have no further questions for this guest.
Yeah, I just want you to actually read out loud 22.
Wait, which one?
It's Genesis 3, verse 22.
Genesis, or chapter 3, verse 22?
Yes.
Then the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become like one of us in knowing good and evil. Now lest him reach out and his hand and take also the fruit of life, or the tree of life, and eat and live forever."
So, if we're to understand that it could be that the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life are meant to be the same tree, then why is there a distinction in this very verse between the two?
Probably just cultural. Like I said, it's probably just that's how it's been translated. I have no idea why they use different translations for it.
So it would be translated to, if we're to take this to be for the same tree, it'd be, then the Lord God said, "See, the humans have become like one of us, knowing life, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life."
I mean, yeah, you could say that.
That,
No
why
life,
would you say that?
like
Just
worldly.
rewriting the Bible now.
If they
Worldly
already
like
ate from the let's say that you're correct here, and that the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life are one and the same. They've already ate from it, so why would he want to keep them from eating from it when they've already done it?
Well, I mean, if you've already done like what do you mean by that?
So if so, the whole entire reason for the original sin is because Adam and Eve ate from the tree of life / knowledge of good and evil. So in this particular verse, when he is casting them out of the Garden of Eden, he is saying that we need to do this, otherwise they'll eat from this tree. Not that they'll eat from it again, but that they will eat from it. So why would he say that they will eat from it and live forever if they've already ate from it before?
So are you like asking why does he just let them eat from it now whenever they want because they've already done it once?
No, I'm asking.
He's got to
you,
be
why-
trolling. He's trolling.
Your question. You're like the way you just worded that makes zero sense to me.
Yeah. He's
So okay,
absolutely trolling.
I can
Stop, Hammy. Just stop. Because he's trolling. Like
I'm
he's
not.
gonna- he's
I
gonna do it
genuinely
again.
just don't
He's trying to
understand
get
what
a
he
rise.
asked me. I'm not trying to troll you. I promise. That is not who I am.
I don't know why we would believe you, but
I mean,
Philly,
you have
did
no you have no
Philly,
reason to believe me.
I have not.
I'm just
You're
telling,
right.
I'm telling you
You've
the truth.
presented more and more reason not to. Philly, do you have any questions for this guest?
Yeah, Colton, is it possible that it's two trees?
No.
And you have a misunderstanding?
No, it's one tree.
How do you know you don't have a misunderstanding?
Well, you can have multiple names for this, like a same object. You know what I mean?
How do you know you don't have a misunderstanding?
Why would there be more than one tree?
Many people, most religious scholars.
Why did you answer her question with a question?
Why
What was her
wouldn't there be
question?
more than one tree?
Would it surprise you if most Christian scholars agree that there are two trees?
Bats, they're gone.
Yeah, it would very surprise me. It would surprise me. I've never in my life heard that actually that there's more than one tree. This is news to me.
He's
Is it
absolutely
possible?
trolling, guys.
Is it possible that you just haven't been educated on the fact that most religious scholars would say that there are two trees in the text?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. But like I said, I've gone to Christian education my entire life, and everyone that I've ever learned from has never said that there's more than one tree. So, and a lot of my teachers are very qualified.
Fucking lying.
Colton,
Colton.
I was raised in the church. I was Baptist. It's very clearly two trees. When I was fully Christian, I fully believed in two trees. There was never any debate about that among scholars.
I was a Christian pastor. There's always been two trees in the text.
In Genesis 2, verse 9, it says, "Out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil."
Can you think, Colton, of any reason other than there only being one tree that all the people that have educated you wouldn't have pointed it out to you?
No, I can't really think of it. I mean, we didn't really spend a lot of time going through Genesis, but they never pointed that out specifically, that there was two trees. I feel like if there was, it would have been pretty prevalent, I guess.
Like
It's
maybe
pretty-
even prevalent enough to give them two different names. And have
Yeah.
a verse where they talk about the effects of one and the other.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they might do that, wouldn't they?
if it was problematic, even would they maybe not talk about it?
Wait, what was that?
If
You
it
cut
was
out.
if it was possibly problematic, would they maybe not want to talk about it?
No, I know for a fact that if it was problematic, my teachers would have definitely said something about it. They're two of the most real people I know. They'll tell you how it is.
Colton, how many of the contradictions in the entire Bible do you know of?
From my understanding, there's actually 0.
Then what's the contradiction right in the beginning of the New Testament where Jesus Jesus's birth?
How is that a contradiction? Can you give me an exact verse?
Well, I'll ask you a question then, since you've read it. Under whose reign was Jesus born?
It was who was it? King Herod. There you go. I was blanking for a second. I was thinking of Pilate, but that's the guy that crucified him.
Yeah, King Herod the Great. Yeah. Well, Herod the Great, not the king. He wasn't a king. But well, debatable, I guess. Was he like Jewish but under Roman rule?
Jesus or Herod?
Herod.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. So maybe you're not are you not in depth with early church history and the life of Jesus' history, like far as what was going on between Rome and Judea at the time?
Well, Herod, from what I know, Herod was a Jew, but he wasn't ethnically a Jew, correct?
No, correct. He was Roman citizenship by paper only. And later after him was his son, Archelaus, and then after that was sorry, these names are hard to read. Quirinius? Yeah.
Quirinius.
Yeah. Quirinius, he held a census in which people were accounted for. The first census. This took place 10 years after Herod the Great. Now, Luke says that says Herod, and Matthew says Quirinius. There's a 10-year discrepancy in which they both didn't reign at the same time.
Wait, did you say Luke said it was Luke and Matthew, right?
Yeah, Luke said the census, and Matthew said Herod, which when was Jesus actually born?
Well, from what we know, he was born in 0 AD or 1 AD. I mean, he was born at the turn of the BC and AD. So his ministry would have been about 30 AD.
Are you certain Jesus was born around 0?
I mean,
no.
I mean, we don't fully know when he was born. I mean, he could have been born in whatever, I don't know, what would it be, BC? When did BC end?
Perhaps 4 to 6 BC then, maybe even.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean,
so even then, there's still several years of discrepancy in when Roman records show between when Herod the Great ruled and when the census was actually taken. But the Bible says that both was taking place at the same time when they, by according to Roman documentation, didn't take place at the same time.
I'm assuming
that's. Do you notice how you're still saying "I'm assuming" before? So you prepared a response while Bats was speaking, and then when Bats is done speaking, the same interruption that you kept trying to get, you're now trying to continue, as though Bats had not spoken at all. Is that correct? That's what I'm reading. Every single time Bats speaks, you're preparing a response without actually listening. Is that correct?
Well, I just looked up where Quirinius' census was when it took place, and it says it took place in around, Herod died in 4 BC, and then Luke connects the census to around 6 AD, which, like you said, is a 10-year period. So if Jesus was born in 0 AD or 1 AD, that would be about a 5-year difference. Matthew focuses on Herod. Matthew was written, from we know, was written by Matthew early church fathers in 92 AD quote it. Luke was written is a
Stop for a
compilation.
moment, Colton. Stop. What are you reading?
Oh, this is just stuff I know. Like I said,
This is just the stuff you know. So what was the
yeah,
thing
this is stuff I've
stop
this
for a
is
moment.
stuff I've
Stop
learned.
for a moment. What was the thing that I just said?
What was I reading from?
Before that, the thing that I said right before you started reading.
Remind me. You asked me what I was reading.
She didn't hear anything about what I said about responding to bats.
No, I don't think you might have cut out. It's been cutting out the entire time.
I heard you, Thrayle.
He's a liar. Does anybody else have any questions for this fucking liar?
Nope.
All right, man. If you're gonna.
Yup. Bye.
Don't let the door hit you with the good Lord split you. Bye.
It was just so funny. I read the verse and like split up that these were trees. Oh, love it.
I think it's funny how Thrayle spotted it right, and we all just kept on trying. Like he was gonna finally have a moment of clarity or something.
I feel like we were all just kind of making sure that he put those nails in that coffin.
Everybody can hear the Thrayle's audio just fine, and it's very easy to tell that he was not truthful.
If he wasn't lying, why did he wait for me to finish?
Mm-hmm.
Why did he wait for me to finish to start reading from his Google AI overview?
But if you're not a liar and Jesus doesn't teach you to be a liar or any other god or gods, higher power or anything like that, request on up and have an honest conversation with us. Emphasis on the honest.
Oh, that's lovely, Shell.
Thank you, Shell.
Oh, everybody's been doing so well tonight. We're already up to 80,000 and got 159 people in here.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all those taps, all those shares. Now, if only we had somebody who could honestly question their beliefs.
Well, disappointed, more or less. I love the 10-year discrepancy one.
It's a great question, Bats. The moment he was not just doubling down, but tripling down on the one tree thing. Like, yeah, it was very clear he was being dishonest in order to be argumentative. And
It was the very first couple sentences out of his mouth that had me questioning why he was so confidently wrong.
Hey, this verse here says that it was 2 trees. Oh man, it's a real wonder how they came to that conclusion, because it's clearly one.
It's almost like he couldn't be wrong. He left no room for questioning. But if you have room for questioning and you can question your beliefs, and you know what is you believe or why you believe, and you care sharing, we care to listen. Please request up. We have 2 boxes available and a pink and blue person down below who can assist you on up into your seat. Hammy hates the ushers, but I think their uniforms are quite dapper.
Yesterday, I actually did use the ushers.
Oh yeah, you got escorted to your seat. It puts you right in the right spot, and you don't have to like hide in them. You don't have to like be all. It puts people in the proper order they're supposed to go. Like right now, Philly's not in the proper order, and it bothers me a little bit.
There's a proper order.
Well, you know, every so often it resets the board so that the two empty spaces are the two at the bottom, like it's supposed to.
I like sitting at the bottom.
So, are you saying that there's a higher power that puts them in the proper order?
Would you feel any kind of way if Thrayle was at the bottom of the board?
No. That's where Thrayle wanted to be.
I think a lot of the audience might feel different, but I could be wrong.
I think people would have to mute up for the screaming and gnashing of teeth.
So you are saying there's a higher power involved?
What do you mean by power?
That's what I'm trying to figure out from you, Bats.
You're the one who
determining-
introduced the higher power theory.
Who's determining where the proper seat is?
That little chemical in every neurodivergent brain that makes you want to like make the cans face forward. I don't know. Maybe it's OCD. I don't know what it is, but who knows?
How do you ground your morality?
By making all the cans match. I think I ground my morality by constantly questioning it and letting it evolve. So not exactly grounding, more or less flowing. Hey, cat.
Well, look at that. We found a cat in the vat.
Stop giving bats shit because I feel the exact same way about that shit.
Finally, somebody on my side, because Hammy's been bullying me. No, just joking.
No, I feel the exact same way about it. Bats.
Hammy would never.
Never.
Don't gang up to me, everybody. I'll cry or something. I don't know. I'll make.
Don't bully me. I'll cry.
Or something. Who knows? I'll fake a tear. Or I'll get emotional and just like leave or disappear or something. I'm joking.
This is why I'm not allowed to be on panel when I have my insomnia bouts.
And I get real silly. Like 3, 4 a.m. my time, like shit's getting real silly up here. We're giving Thrayle all kinds of shit. There's a lot of giggles happening.
It's
I
almost
had
like there's a song about that.
I had an interesting conversation this evening.
Oh, did you?
About faith and consent with my very Christian father.
How did that go, Philly?
It was civil. It was interesting. He asked me if I thought that every religion disregards consent. But I don't know that that's the case. My My suggestion was that Christianity, by its very nature, does not have a good relationship with consent. He said that the core message is to accept salvation. And in my mind, you can't freely. Salvation comes under coercion or under threat. I don't think it's freely given. It's freely received. I don't think it's free. The skull is staring at me.
I'm glad it at least remains civil.
It did.
I'm sending you all the hugs, Philly.
How do you feel?
I thanked him for the conversation. At the end of it, he thanked me for the conversation. And then he thanked me for reprimanding him, rebuking him.
I think your dad is probably a good dad.
I think he was poking a little bit.
That's what dads do, I think.
Out of curiosity or something else?
I reminded him. It was snarky of me. It was bratty of me. I asked him if he remembered when we first started our faith talks, when I really started seriously deconstructing, if he recalled telling me that I couldn't come with him with any issue or contention or doubt that he hadn't thought through already decades earlier. And then the very first conversation that we had, he was like, "Oh, I've never thought about that. Doesn't matter. That's not important."
Oh no.
And then this about consent, because he said that he'd never considered Christianity through the lens of consent before. That's why I asked him. It was kind of bratty of me. That's why he thanked me for rebuking him.
I say sometimes you need to be a little bit bratty to get somewhere.
Amen.
That's like the motto of my life.
Even Thrayle brats from once in a while.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Are you
Stop
kidding?
gaslighting us.
Biggest one up here.
If you're not too bratty about a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question your belief, we would welcome you to request up.
Hell yeah. I'm glad you said it. I was about to use the exact same segue. And I
Really?
thought for a split
Nope.
second.
Bad Thrayle. Bad.
Grandpa Thrayle, do not go there.
Do not say that word.
I have said it on this live before, and I might say it again. But only when you're not expecting it.
And it'd be like that time that he wanted to say, behave.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have said that. I say it frequently. you can't behave like an adult, you don't need to be on this panel.
Yeah, but the context was different.
It's better when I say it sternly and seriously.
Is it? Is it, Thrayle?
That's what I'm asking.
No.
He does this on purpose. He's doing this on purpose right now.
I'm fully aware. I want
He wants
you to
my head to explode. He wants me to spontaneously combust.
I want you to remember, I am the epitome of true neutral. I am on no one's side but my own.
But if you are on the side,
Sorry,
yeah,
Beth.
I was gonna segue picking sides and choosing gods, but I also maybe we got 160 people in here and 87,000 taps, 84 shares. I wonder if now would be a good time to remind everybody to please support the live. If you gift the panel, please always remember to gift the host and follow the host. And isn't there like a Discord or link something in one of the bios or something, Thrayle?
Yeah, that link tree in the bio thing goes to Discord, YouTube, Venmo, Cash App, all those things are there. Of course.
Speaking
Also,
of Cash
as
App
a
and Venmo
reminder-
links, were you gonna say the same thing I'm about to say?
No, I wasn't. Go ahead.
Do you know what I'm about to say? Speaking of Cash App and Venmo links, Thrayle is about to lose the state that Thrayle lives in is going to legalize or illegalize. Is that a word? It's not a word. Illegalize
Don't do that.
access.
No. We don't need to do that. Not on the live.
If anybody wants to donate to help him stock up, there's a Cash App and Venmo link on there.
Thrayle needs his blueberry coffee to run these lives as long as he does.
Do need blueberry coffee.
I don't know what the price of a blueberry coffee is, because you make your own, but like I like the number 666. Just because it's a fun number to send in Cash App. And not might be much, but it adds up when you do it over time.
But if that's not the kind of contribution you can make, you can always send your daily heart me.
Mhm.
Always follow, share.
Daily heart me's
There's
one coin.
Plenty of other ways to support.
Just tapping the screen and sharing to your local fellow believers is something that we need like the most of right now. So if you have no believer right now who you think maybe you can question their beliefs, maybe share the live out.
Just coming in here and sleeping is enough, honestly. Anything beyond that is much appreciated. Never necessary.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always say? Something like that.
It is.
I made a whole song about appreciation, which you're gonna see in the Discord. And I think Thrayle has appreciation, so I think he's trying to say I'm interrupting.
No, I appreciated that song. I do have it on the player. It's not quite queued up, but I could put it in the queue. It's a really good one.
I just wanted to make it so that people know that they're appreciated. I always appreciate all of you as much as I appreciate the people who just fulfilled the gift goal just now.
Hell yeah. We appreciate all of them.
You should read Ketchup's comment. Yeah.
I can tell you who they are.
The second one.
If you're a blueberry or kiss horse dogs, or believe in squirrel Jesus or something, request them.
Have you heard of Squirrel Jesus before? It was an actual joke that we used to tell.
There's an actual
Squirrel Jesus joke.
Christian joke.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
So there's a Sunday school teacher with a class of young children, and the Sunday school teacher asked the kids, "Who died on the cross for you?" And all the kids yell, "Jesus!" And the Sunday school teacher says, Who loves you?" And all the kids yell, "Jesus!" And the Sunday school teacher says, "Who has a fluffy tail and gathers acorns and lives in a tree?" And all the kids yell, "Jesus!" And the point of the joke is that you have to actually think about the answer sometimes and not just yell what you think it's going to be. It's actually a very good analogy for this line.
Wow. Critical thinking.
I know. I learned that from my Christian peers at the Christian school that I went to.
That is a fascinating analogy for the live.
Mm-hmm. I had Bible classes, right? And I had a Bible teacher in grade 8 that actually challenged us and said, why do you believe what you believe? And my peers would answer, and he would say, well, a Hindu has personal experiences too. How do you know that your belief is different than theirs? And he would ask us these questions when we were in Bible class, and he wasn't giving us apologetic answers. He was teaching us to critically think. Thank you for listening to my story. I will go on mute now.
You're a little heavy up here. I can drop that down until later. I'll be up all night. It might be a little intimidating.
I'm a little heavy. My bones are thick.
Yeah. What did you say?
The bones are thick.
The bones are thick.
This is what happens.
If you say that again, I might also help the panel get more scarce.
Evacuate Cat to the freaking comments, please.
If you want to come up here and discuss Thrayle's thick bones, then just don't.
Hammy,
Yes.
curses.
I said just don't. I didn't tell them to request up. But what they should request up to do is discuss whether or not they have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that. Because that's what we're doing here, folks.
Yeah, we're not here to first of all, burgle the gods. If you want to hold on to your gods, that's fine, but maybe tell us about the gods. Maybe tell us about why you believe in a god. Does he have or she have a holy scripture? Why do you believe these things? Is there a comfort that these beliefs bring you? And are you seeking truth? Because if you are, we're here to question it. I don't know about y'all, but I really appreciate when people can question. And they get that really silent moment of wonder when they're really contemplating the question.
It is one of my favorite moments in a questioning. It's when you know they're thinking.
You can hear the wheels turning, the gears grinding.
Oh, there's some gears grinding, all right.
Morgan!
I didn't do anything.
Before I try to come up with a segue from that, let me thank Philly Red and Shell and Jace and 96 for helping with the previous goal. I knew I'd get that list. Thank you guys so much. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request out. Wow, thank you, Diamond. That was beautiful.
Oh, that was lovely. That was so cool too. With the whole screen.
That was so cool. I've never seen that before.
We always appreciate everybody in the comments. This is the best audience on TikTok.
Hell yeah.
So good they already got you another gift goal to read out, Thrayle.
Wow. 92,000 likes already. That's 12,000 since the last time Bats pointed it out. You guys are fucking amazing.
That's awesome.
Thank you. That is. And thank you to Shell. And 96 for helping with that goal. So fast. Oh, wow. And then that happens. I can fix that. Thank you, Shell. Before I could even fix my screw up.
Appreciations galore.
Hell yeah. I think this is appropriate.
Speaking of garlic and that area, I had my first encounter with actual
was
corned
French.
beef. Yeah, sorry. What?
Sorry. Okay. I just said something in French. Garlic, something else.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bats. You were gonna tell us something about corned beef.
Oh, what did you say in French? Secondly, tell us about corned beef. But first, what did you say in French, Thrayle?
Il n'a pas de quoi. Probably really bad. What did it mean?
About the corned beef, Bats.
no, on St. Patty's Day, made by. I'm more curious now what Thrill said in French, but I'm going to stick with the corned beef.
Did you learn Quebecois French?
What?
Did you learn Canadian French?
Did I learn what French?
Canadian
French. I have no idea what French it was.
So that's a very colloquial, like Quebecois term.
I had no idea where it came from. Somebody told me that was a response to merci.
Depends on who you're talking to. That's why I laughed.
Like, you're welcome, or think nothing of it.
Yeah, it's like no problem. But I don't know that I would recommend saying that to anybody from France.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what dialect it was.
Yeah, it's not a big thing. I thought it was funny.
French isn't one of my areas years of study.
If you know one romance language, you know them all.
Do you?
Yes.
Oui, oui, mademoiselle, yo te quiero mucho. Just combine them all to make a sentence.
I mean, yeah, technically, I guess.
That just seems to me like one of those things where when people say you're a wizard, Harry, and it's done by Gandalf from Star Wars type of deal.
You're a blizzard, Barry.
Now I'm going to question what little French I do think I know.
That's why if anyone says, parlez-vous français? I say, no. Because it keeps me out of trouble.
Like, oh man, I didn't know you speak Spanish.
If you understand only a few words, you can say, je ne parle pas français, je comprends un peu, which basically just means I don't speak French, but I understand a little bit.
Yeah, and if I say that in a perfect accent, they won't believe me.
Joke's on you. I don't know what any of those words say, and I don't know how to say them.
Good job, Amy.
So proud of you, buddy.
Easy to find job in English.
I know. Look, I know English gooder than a lot of people, okay?
Amy, what happened to always being right?
Yesterday, I did that for a whole 20 minutes, and it was too much. It was I couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you, Diamond.
20 minutes was like I was reaching for the stars with that, Philly. Right, and I overshot myself.
Well, I'm trying to be nice, but really I'm still bitter that you forgot me.
Look.
Oh no, it wasn't just you.
It's not that I forgot you. It's just that I was typing that out because I had planned on using that for the segue I set up earlier, and Thrayle had finished speaking to the guest that was here at the time and dropped him, and I didn't even get to finish the segue because somebody else came up real quick and Thrayle quickly went to the guest, so it was like, understandable. The guest is more important than the Discord plug.
Excuses.
Oh no, not only did he forget you, Philly, he forgot me, and he forgot Huggy.
Oh my.
I told you, Morgan, the reason why I forgot you is because you have not recalled the Fae yet.
I mean, I can't say that. The annoyance will continue until morale improves.
Oh, Morgan, did you stick some brownies on Hammy or something?
Listen, actions have consequences, and I just prefer the natural ones.
You're gonna need lots of it.
Joke's on you. I always do what's worse for me.
Seems like a trend, my friend.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
See, now, I can poke a hole in this right now because just last night there was a fantastic poem read at the end of the live.
Yeah, it was a pretty good poem. It was a very good poem reading, wasn't it?
Was it the heavy poem?
Thrayle did a beautiful rendition of a poem written by our very own Hammy. So, I'm not so sure you can't read. or right.
I'm gonna have to go back on the YouTube to listen to it.
Ooh, so there's proof evidence, maybe linked in Thrayle on the Batcolyte's bio.
In that link tree, that Batcolyte YouTube. Yesterday would have been, the 18th?
St. Patty's Day, yeah. 18th. Oh, and we got 100,000 likes already. Damn,
I
everybody.
was just about to say we just broke out.
Yeah. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you guys.
Audience on TikTok.
Everybody who's tapping. Yeah. Appreciate everybody who's tapping, everybody who's shared. If you haven't already gone to the crooked little arrow down at the bottom right corner of your screen and added to your story or reposted, that does help get us out to more people who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Hammy may or may not be also writing a political poem as we speak.
We might or might not be joined by Ketchup. It might be Ketchup.
At 39?
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. And at most times, I think the higher power should move Philly to where I'm at to help people with OCD light enjoy the stream.
You could just sit in that box. Then there's no chaos.
Sure. I'll sit here quietly just so it's filled up. I can be questioned, though, too. I'm down for.
So.
About what you're saying before you say it.
I promise to try and also not apologize too much.
We're off to a great start, my friend.
Hell yeah.
Ketchup, do you have a belief in a god?
Some days, but more often not. Sometimes, but more often not.
When you do have a belief, what is the god?
Quick background, a slow background, is that grew up non-denominational Christian, was indoctrinated young, have a family system that's very Midwest Christian, went to a bit of a mega church, played in the youth group band, really enjoyed the camaraderie and the musicianship of it. Went to my fair share of camps and retreats and did some like Midwest mission work. Believed it pretty wholeheartedly until went to university, and even before this, but when I went to university in Chicago, had a world religion class that really kind of helped crack some of the veneer of the thin bit of those beliefs that were still remaining, and just realizing how passionately.
Why do you think you sometimes believe?
Because a lot of the people in my life that I trust and believed the most growing up told me something was a truth. The same way that even if I didn't really care about baseball, I would still be a Cubs fan. And I had I mentioned this last time I was up here, but my grandma, who is the cornerstone or pillar matriarch of faith and just unwaverable. Her and I've had a lot of long talks about religion and faith. And during one of those poignant conversations, I asked her, I said, if you were born elsewhere, and I kind of picked up an area on the map, but I said, if you were born elsewhere, would you have believed it as wholeheartedly and lived it as faithfully as you did Christianity? And she said, after only a brief pause, my grandma, Zelda Gale, she would believe it, but she'd be that I know bingo and cards every week. Her or morality or morals growing up, just my worldview kind of expanded. That's to circle back to the question, because I know you asked why do I still feel like I have that belief on those days when I do, mainly because of the people in my life that I trusted so wholeheartedly that had taught me it or just had repeated it so many times, and that's still hard to kind of rattle up away in my head.
Do you ever consider that they may have been mistaken? Well intended, maybe, but potentially mistaken?
100%. And it's hard for me now to, as much as I have moved away from the faith, and there's a lot of holes in it, in my opinion. They still believe it as hard as they ever did, and so it's just become not even a moment of contention, or even like any kind of a divide between us. It's just like me and my family and me and my grandma just have a totally different perspective on things, and just like it hasn't caused a lot of trouble or problems really, and I'm glad it hasn't, because I know some people have had much bigger wedges put between them and the people that they care about. I'm very grateful that it hasn't, and we're all very respectful of it. Yeah. Try not to ramble. I just became self-aware that I was rambling a bit.
I'm glad you caught on, because I had to load back in, make sure that I knew what you were talking about before I changed to what the fuck are you talking about. I decided not to. What was the question you were responding to?
I'm walking it back in my head right now. Bats. I promise you, I was listening, but then I got lost in my own train of thought, and I realized that if I was listening, Morgan, now I'm rambling. I'm gonna go and be quiet for a moment.
Proud of you for self-regulating.
I think my next question was just going to be, why do you think you go back and forth? And is
on TikTok that I've really enjoyed having some. I like to hear like-minded. I want to go play music with people, or I would love to go play cards with that group of people, or hey, we had a fun outing to Six Flags together, and we used to go on a vacation trip, or that kind of thing.
Do you remember the question?
I'm gonna start writing them down, Thrayle. It was more about the community
One
aspect
thing
of
that
it.
helps is to say the question right before you answer it.
To repeat it back?
Or at least how you understood it.
I appreciate that. And I'll take a beat before I start to answer, and I'll try to keep it in mind. I don't sleep enough, and I have a bit of stimulants, and I'm not trying to make any excuse. I do sometimes stray off of the path, and I appreciate you guiding me back and giving me some good pointers on how to stay focused. And I promise it's not from any individual questioner. I love and respect all of you guys.
I understand. Do you, does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No. It does not matter to me if a God exists, because whenever I have thought that myself, of whether a God does exist, I like to put more faith or belief in things that I can measure or observe. So no, it doesn't really bother me if a God exists or not. I don't remember what I was like before I was born, and I don't really mind that much of what happens to my energy afterward.
So then here and now is more important.
Yeah. Here and now is more important. Hashtag YOLO. And ever since that's one, you only live once, Thrayle. It's stuff the youth taught me as well. Okay.
Does Grandpa Thrayle know that?
I just want to clarify.
Grandpa Thrayle was heard.
I didn't say Grandpa. I'm
no,
sorry.
I did.
It's something we call Thrill once
With
in a
my
while.
full chest.
Yeah, Philly calls Thrill Grandpa Thrill.
Thanks to Kat.
If there was a God, say in a hypothetical situation, would you worship him, or would you have problems with him?
If there was a God in this hypothetical situation, would I worship him or have a problem with him? There was a question you guys asked the other day to somebody who had recently deconned, and Hammy, I think it was Morgan, I'll slow down. One of the people that had recently deconned or had some questioning of his faith that Hammy had brought up. And one of the questions was, like, if you were to meet God, what would be one of your first questions? So to repeat, if God did exist, would I be worshiping him or mad at him? He's a bully. If you believe in the Old Testament God, he was a contradictory, mean sky daddy who killed a bunch of kids and Amalekites and hundreds of people for no reason, and then flooded the earth, if you believe that story, and killed a bunch more people. And he's not very kind. Even like his if you the guy that came around afterward that people say was also him, he had a little bit more chill about him. But if we're just talking God, Father, kind of a dick.
What about any of the other gods that you obviously disagree with the Abrahamic gods? Have you considered any of the other gods, like pagan gods, Hindu gods?
Yeah, if I considered the other gods, I would need to learn more about the Hindu gods. I know there's quite a few of them. One of my favorite professors in college had some really good insights on the Hindu faith, but it has been a minute since I've looked into them. If I go to the ones that I know a bit more about, Radatoskar's a jerk also. Like he doesn't pass along the messages up the tree without adding his own gossip or insults. Zeus wasn't very faithful. They all seem like they have a bit of a themselves complex, and as much as I don't even like humanity, or not, sorry, as much as I don't appreciate some of the authority figures that are humans, I think I have some of the same disdain for those authority figures in other aspects of deity. So to answer your question, none of them seem like somebody who I'd really like to hang out with too much. Maybe Loki, but only if I knew that we were buds.
What about just a creator, not necessarily one that has a mythology? Like some people talk about like a Mother Earth, or just there being something that created everything. Do you believe in that?
I don't feel like there needs to be. My wife and I, we kid about Thank You Universe. I think I mentioned that last time I was up here. We sometimes do like when say you in a situation where there might have been like a near accident, or you almost drop something, or it lands like coincidentiality, or just like circumstantial, or something that's serendipitous. We like to do like a, hey, thank you, universe. But it's not really a faith that we adhere to, more than we just kind of, it's kind of like it's kind of a counting your blessings, or it's kind of a just showing thanks to, just being gratitude, like exhibiting gratitude.
Where do you think this need to give gratitude comes from?
I'm from the Midwest, and I apologize to furniture when I bump into it. So in the same way, I think I am just trying to be polite. That if good fortune falls upon me, or if it's just something lucky happens, or just it's a good day, like I'd rather say thank you to cause and effect. I don't know.
It's miserably cultural and terrifying to experience as a northerner.
Would you say you give yourself as much gratitude as you do things that may not be there?
And that's a good question. And in the past, no. But my wife is amazing, and we both make sure we're giving each other a lot of admiration and thanks, and encouraging positive like self-talk. As everybody is kind of just stumbling through life and sometimes trying to figure it out as you go and making mistakes. We like to give each other, my wife and I, a lot of grace and breadth. I can't speak this. A lot of leeway on parenting and partnership and just being a person. So it has gotten a lot better over the last couple of years, especially since being a dad, of reminding myself, hey, you're doing a good job, or you're doing your best, or hey, you did show kindness to your coworker, or like just encouraging myself to continue to not spiral into the void of existentialism and dread.
It's great. It's wonderful you have that support system, because not everybody has the wonderful opportunity to have a partner who can walk alongside you and support you like that. It's wonderful. Would you say that you could remind yourself of truths when you feel like you miss the community of the religion? Could you? That's one thing I learned in cognitive behavior therapy is like you're supposed to ground yourself in truth and reality when you feel the anxiety of like of past traumas or you miss something that maybe isn't healthy for you, that you should remind yourself, oh, maybe I do have a support system, my lovely wife, my child, my people in the community who question constantly. Like, is it possible you could look to those things when you come in moments of missing the old community?
I don't want this to sound dismissive or like a knee-jerk response, but I feel like you have definitely touched on something where the wife and I have been trying to do that more and more often, to where it's like finding those moments with each other or with our children or with our family close members that are like, hey, this is enough and you're enough, and there doesn't need to be more than that. So 100% agree with what you're saying, and I feel like we have been practicing a bit of that more in the last I want to say decade, but that seems really crazy. We've been together for a long time, my wife and I, but in the last 5 to 10 years we've been doing a lot better about that.
Do you think it's enough to get you through those moments of missing the community?
Yeah, and something that I hadn't realized, is that enough, the family members and the close connection, is that enough to avoid the missing of the community from the church that I had in my younger days? Yes, and that's my improv talking. Yes, and the place where I work now, did I make Philly leave? I'm sorry.
No, she didn't make her leave. Maybe she had somewhere to go. I don't know. It's very late.
Okay.
She was tired.
I apologize if it was anything that I did.
Ketchup.
I took her seat.
It's not your fault.
Can you remind me that every day, just like a few times a day?
You might need to do it for yourself at some point.
I wrote it on the mirror.
Thank you, Philly, for being here. I hope you rest well.
Always. But do you think maybe it's enough ketchup to like that you'll be able to withstand moments of like missing the community if you ground yourself in the truth that you do know?
I realized I had tapped the mute for myself because I didn't want to overtalk, as you were saying, W to Philly. Not apologizing. I just hadn't realized I had muted it. Thank you for reminding me of the question, because I did have a small part I wanted to add on to the end there. What does help to ground me and to help me miss that community from the church back in my youth is I do work somewhere now that has... I finally have gotten a career job. I know, to repeat, I'm almost 40, but I finally, in the last handful of years, have gotten to a career job that I enjoy and have a lot of fun there. I know I tease about like time to go do some capitalism, but a lot of the coworkers I have, we are very supportive of each other. We have a company culture that it's a small group, but it's like we're all very like high five your teammates, and we do a lot of like better together culture, and it's been really nice, and I enjoy the work more than I ever have for any other job I've been in, and that does definitely help on those days where I miss the church community, to have a nice group of coworkers to pass the time with.
That's wonderful. I'm glad that you have that and you're recognizing that these are healthy relationships to have, and I would just like maybe admonish you to like also give grace to yourself, because being indoctrinated is a very traumatic thing. Is a traumatic thing that happens to the brain. So when you have moments where you miss things, miss people or relationships or things that kind of give you like a homesickness, it's okay. I miss those things too, and I've been gone for several years, and it's an understandable response to have to imperfect situation you were put in.
Yeah, thank you.
But I do have to go through. I gotta get up in a few hours. So I appreciate you all, and I hope you have a good night.
Appreciate you, Bats.
That's great questions. I loved being brain picked by you. Thank you. Oh.
Night, Bats.
Bats is a great brain picker.
Good night, Bats.
Sleep well. Does anybody else have questions for Ketchup before we do? Bring up a new guest.
Yeah, I would just, I want to say thank you. If you do have any questions, please do kick me out. Now that the seats were open in the right position, I'd like you to kick me out if you can.
Okay. Ketchup, well, I appreciate you.
I love you guys.
You keep asking questions. W's for Ketchup.
Ketchup.
And look, right after Ketchup, we have What's for Dinner? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I'm a Christian Gnostic.
What does that mean to you?
Belief in the material world being that of the demiurge and of the light of the Father.
And what texts
I don't know
are you reading to... I'm sorry, what texts are you reading to gain this understanding?
A plethora, divulging from the letters between Paul and Deuteronomy, also the Gospel, about a dozen or so other texts.
What is compelling to you about Gnosticism?
I think that one of the major things from traditional Christianity is the aspect of inherent sin.
I think he meant to be unmuted. Go ahead.
That we are born inherently flawed, as opposed to being one is detrimental to humanity, whereas the other, because the need for one to learn and to
I'm sorry, I got super thrown off by Hammy in the middle of that. Can you, one more time? I lost the plot.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
What is compelling to you about Gnosticism?
I like the alternative that it provides related to specifically original sin, because I always was very perplexed by the idea that there was original sin, yet supposedly Jesus Christ sacrificed himself for humanity. So the premise that original sin would even be a concept is, in my eyes, very asinine, given the fact that his sacrifice should have been enough. But when looking at just the whole of Christianity as it stands, and then taking into consideration that we live in a false illusion, and that this is more than just you're born bad and you have to make yourself better.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that the sacrifice, when you say the sacrifice Jesus made should have been enough, you mean for humans to no longer be inherently sinful?
Not inherently sinful, no. Born with original sin means being born having already had a debt laid against us.
So you're saying the debt should have been paid, and that part of Christianity doesn't make sense to you?
I'm really sorry. Could you repeat the last 3 words you said?
Entirely. Hang on just a moment, Kat. And I bet we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Is it better? I turned my headphones off and back on. That works sometimes too. So what you're saying is the idea of us being born with the original sin after Jesus made the sacrifice never made sense to you. That was one of your big issues with Christianity.
Yes.
And Gnosticism solves this.
Yes, because for me, Gnosticism made sense. The narrative provided by Gnosticism versus the dogma of the Catholic Church, not to mention just even the elevation of Christ that occurred at the Council of Nicaea, his brother James the Just.
Can you slow down a
lot of
little
things.
bit? You're kind of... Is there a reason why you're kind of listing things off very rapidly?
Were always difficult for me to understand, and your understanding and God's
why did you use just a
I was researching the belief system that I was a part of, and because I had become an agnostic based upon just my frustration with the just number of hypocrisies that I found very inherent in the Christian faith. And I continued to research and really question myself and my morals and values.
I think what a man could ask is not at all. Did you get that? No, probably not.
I'm sorry, it's really hard. There's like birds or something in the background. I'm having a difficult time understanding.
You're a
They're
little
frogs.
quiet, Cat.
They're frogs.
Oh, well, now
Yeah,
you're
I
better.
don't know what else. Okay.
No, you're not quiet anymore.
Perfect. You know, I love it when I don't change anything and it just works all of a sudden. That's great. I think what I'm asking is why God at all?
For
Like,
my
why is
background, I come from a very multicultural background. I'm black, white, white Mountain Apache Indian, and Mongolian, and faith and spirituality are very powerful covenants, basically across the board for my family, and having having an idea that approaches what I think is reality is something that gives me peace.
What is peaceful about it?
Oh, well, having an idea just of my position on the board.
Do you mean your position on the board?
Well, in relation, like if you were to think of life as being a game, or existence being a game, and how that relates to your personal ideology, or in my example, your spirituality, right? And taking into like consideration, like we live in the phenomenon, and the phenomenon is the reality that we can't fully observe. The glimpse that we give is the phenomenon, and understanding that it will never be completely fleshed out because we just don't possess the hardware to be able to like fully observe everything.
Are you certain that we don't possess the hardware?
From biomechanical, from the biomechanical, neurological, and just RAM perspective, right? We literally almost immediately get rid of most of the knowledge that we, not knowledge, but the intake we have in a single day. We immediately just get rid of it. Our brain does not hold on to much of what we experience. You don't think about, like, for instance, how the bottom of your feet are feeling while you're typing and trying to write an essay. You're just constantly just washing off information just because it's all a lot, and you never really truly consider everything going on around you, let alone everything going on around the rest of the world, and being able to
What about
more
that implies God?
in the context of there being the Geist and being the things that are beyond our understanding, because I think that a part, and I know this is probably cliche, but part of when you even observe like quantum mechanics, that it does indicate some of those bonds between that would be explained by there being something else beyond just the four-dimensional life we experience.
What do you mean quantum mechanics explains something beyond?
In relationship to like response, and also observation versus not being observing.
Observation versus not being observing. What do you mean by that?
So, you're familiar that particles act differently based upon you observing them or not observing them, right?
I've heard of this misinterpretation.
If you could clarify to me how it's a misinterpretation, that'd be fantastic.
What is it you mean by they behave differently based on their being observed or not?
Pretty much exactly what I said. Like they react differently, based on observation versus non-observation.
What is observation?
Having somebody physically present versus it being something that is recorded via machinery.
You're saying that there are experiments that show that a human presence necessarily changes the way particles behave.
Yeah, I think that's what it just said. I'm not saying that like in an asinine way, and I'm not saying it to be tongue in cheek. Yeah.
But you think that it has to be a human observing it present, not a recording or something like that, that changes how the particle behaves.
What's it called? From my understanding, it's just the act of measuring or like observing any quantum system inevitably, and and disturbing it, and which normally exists in like.
Are you reading?
Oh God, I wish I was. I would probably actually be able to.
You said something about just the act of measuring. Is that what you mean by observing?
When I referred to observing, I was more referring to a presence versus machinery.
Why would you think that?
Because the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Is that what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is? Is that a human is in the room and a particle will behave differently?
Thank you, Lee Chun, for sharing life.
We're here, TikTok. We're doing the thing.
We are here. YouTube got sent over, I don't know where, but they should be coming back on too. We were over 100,000 likes. There were 170 of us or so in the room. That's really, like, stomach churningly disappointing that we had such a good group of us here already. A great conversation where somebody sounded like they were open to questioning, and yet savagely upturned.
Yeah, that's really frustrating. Everybody in the chat, make sure you repost and get everybody back in here so we get that conversation going. If anybody had followed that guest, so that they can see that we didn't just kick them out, and that was definitely TikTok's fault.
Calling it the observer effect. That was what was doing it, Jehovah.
Yeah, I kept about stepping in, but you and Kat were just like reading my mind and saying it a second before I could say it.
We lost Kat entirely. She was in the queue when I started up, and she fell into the ether. Into the ether. What kind of music are we listening to? That's a great question. This is a dark carnival loop suite. Maybe it's just that time of morning when we need to, I don't know, play something else.
Time to play some tunes.
Tell you what, I think we have. Oh, no, we don't. I thought we had one in queue, but they have since, I don't know, traveled to an astral realm. I think I know exactly what we should listen to. I think I know exactly what we should do.
Yeah, this song's like Sicilian surfer rock. I like it.
That's so
It's actually not a right.
Oh, I can name a genre. I went to school for music composition for a little bit.
Well, I think we've got a genre here.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy war? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rick grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Maybe God's played ice with suns. Maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make in the dirt with all our mistakes. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the rest of us wear our questions?
Welcome to the Batcolyte. Are your beliefs feeling a little unexamined? You may be experiencing certainty without inspection. Common symptoms include avoiding questions, skipping curiosity, and sudden discomfort when ideas are turned around. Ask your inner thinker if questioning your beliefs might be right for you. The Batcolyte is a playful late-night gathering designed to help participants gently examine what they believe, and whether those beliefs can withstand a few friendly questions. Side effects may include increased curiosity, thoughtful pauses, unexpected perspectives, and occasional, that's interesting.
This is not a debate arena, no beliefs will be taken from you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore.
If you think you might be able to question your own belief, request on up.
The Batcolyte.
Where curiosity is always in session.
No, well, I guess not.
From you. Results may vary depending on openness and willingness to explore. The Batcolyte. Where curiosity is always in session, where curiosity is always in session. The
Thank you guys for tapping the screen up 4,000 times since our devastating restart here. Appreciate all of you being here. Really do. And thank you, Shell. Wow. Thank you so much.
Question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly fresh weather enters the mind. Dust and
belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hell yeah.
So, like,
Welcome back.
music in Discord, it's like, I'm in a really good mood, and it's
You said something about music in Discord.
yeah,
Is there a new
and like,
song?
I'm in like a really good mood, and no, my fucking thing, I have the fucking bars. Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
How about now? Okay, so you know when I'm in a really good mood and you'll catch me in Discord, with the music bot on, singing?
Mhm.
That's what I always do to that song too. Like, I'm always singing that one.
Same.
Every time. Which, I mean, it's better than, here. It's better. Take me away.
Did not hear a word of that.
Okay, good. I said, which, like, that's probably better than the time that Thrayle popped in on me singing Cowboy Take Me Away in Discord, not on mute.
Oh.
Yeah. But now, I'm not ever embarrassed about anything.
Yeah, why
Wait, what was the name of the song again? I gotta look it up so I can fully
The Dixie
picture.
Chicks.
Oh my god,
You know the
okay.
song.
Dixie Chicks, so much fun to sing along to. So much fun.
But like, it was so loud, I had it up so loud that like, I didn't hear the noise that Discord makes when Thrayle popped in, so I didn't know that he was there until he started singing along with me.
Yeah, Dixie Chicks, that is one of the all-time, they just got absolutely destroyed in the social eye because they were women. Like,
Mm-hmm. They dared to speak to a man in power.
I love them even more.
But if you love a god, or believe in one at least, and you're capable of questioning, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Nobody's looking to burgle your god or demolish your faith. I'm not here with a burlap sack waiting to stuff your god in as soon as you loosen your grip, only to take it to a shed in the middle of the woods where it will never see the light of day again.
Is that where Errol
I'm
is?
just here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Where Earl?
I can neither confirm nor deny the location of a man supposedly named Earl.
Who's
Like,
Earl?
what? They just used to be around all the time. I haven't seen them in so long.
I don't even know who that is. That doesn't
Anybody
exist.
named Earl?
I didn't even get to say goodbye.
That's Morgan and I. Except Morgan and I are too smart to be in that situation anymore, ever. But if we were, that's how we would have handled it.
Absolutely.
That's what you call in Louisiana swamp divorce.
Do you throw them in the swamp so the crocodiles eat them? Or the alligators, rather?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's sharks, there's, yeah, everything.
Anacondas.
There's
Yeah,
jaguarundis.
There's a lot of scary creatures in the swamp, yeah.
Hello, Aru. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, hi. 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Sorry, can you repeat that? There's the music.
Yeah, do you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, bro. Definitely a higher power. Or our power.
What does that mean?
Well, it just means that there's an intelligence. There's an intelligence that kind of orchestrates all things, and there's an order. Yeah, but I wouldn't call it a belief.
When you say there's an intelligence that orchestrates all things, what do you mean by that?
Sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Does that all the time. It seems to be like a law.
Are you saying consistency requires intelligence?
It would appear so, yeah.
Why does it require intelligence? How did you get to that conclusion?
Well, you know, the fact that it just rises in the east and sets in the west all the time, yeah, it just speaks to something that's orderly, you know. And if we're speaking about something that's orderly, there's got to be an intelligence behind it.
Why?
Well, by virtue of the fact that it's orderly.
Why? Why does that necessitate intelligence?
Well, they seem to go together. Order,
They seem to go together. Does the seeming of them to go together necessarily mean that they're always going to? That intelligence will always be orderly, and order always requires intelligence.
Yeah, but it's not the type of intelligence that is kind of like a limited human intelligence. Obviously, it's beyond.
Right. What are you defining as intelligence?
Well, how do you define something that's indefinable?
Is intelligence really indefinable, or is it just that you don't know the answer right now?
Well, I think I alluded to it before when I said, our human minds can't really fathom the
We can't fathom the definition of the word intelligence. That's
well,
all
not
I
the
was asking.
definition, but the true
So can you
nature
tell me that?
of the intelligence.
Right. I wasn't asking you the true nature of intelligence. I asked you what it means. What does intelligence mean?
Well, an aspect of intelligence would be something that's orderly. As to what it is, again, I can't define that which is indefinable.
Is intelligence indefinable? The word.
From a relative viewpoint, no.
So then why won't you define intelligence from a relative viewpoint so we can understand what you're talking about when you use the word?
Because I'm referring to something that's beyond relativity.
Then why are you using the word intelligence if
Because it's the
clearly it
closest
seems
thing
the
to
definition
describe.
doesn't matter?
Because it's one of the things that might describe a quality of the divine intelligence.
I'm sorry, a quality of divine intelligence is intelligence. Can we, we might as well be saying glorful, right? What is glorful? Because we're just making a word up. Well, you're just throwing the word intelligence in here, but if you're not using it to mean what you mean when you say intelligence, why are you using intelligence? Why is that the word?
Well, again, it's like an attribute of the divine intelligence. But I think we're just highlighting
intelligence
the
is an attribute of the
my
divine intelligence, but that's you. I'm just not understanding.
Yeah, I was about
what
to answer
is
that.
the word intelligence?
So, bro, if you let me finish the sentence, I would have arrived there. But
Cool.
really,
Let's get there.
Yeah, okay, then let's get there. I think what we're highlighting here is that language itself is quite limited in trying to describe that which is indescribable. So if I'm referring to something that's intelligent, it's just like a word, a limited word that I'm applying to that which is unlimited. Okay?
So, can you define that limited word so that we can understand at least that little bit that you're trying to apply to that which is indescribable? So we know why, you're using the word intelligence here, and maybe understand what the attribute is that you're saying this thing has. Or does it just not matter what words mean? Can we just sandwich over all the sandwiches when we sandwich sandwiches together?
Yeah, but specificity is secondary. I think you understand, reading in between the lines. I think you understand what I mean. Do you?
Do I understand what you mean when you use the word intelligence to describe an attribute of an intelligence, so that you can say that there is an intelligence that intelligently designed things? I don't know what you're using the word intelligent to mean at this point.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you to do here is kind of distill the true import of what I'm saying, rather than look at the technical aspects of the word, going beyond them. You know what I'm meaning? Do you follow what I'm meaning?
Not yet, because you keep using the word intelligence to describe this thing that you say has an intelligence that intelligently designed things. Can we know what the word intelligence means?
Yeah, well, I've given an answer to that. Again, language being itself limited, we can't, like this divine intelligence, no words can reach it.
What
no
does
language
divine
can reach
mean?
it because it's beyond our comprehension.
Is that what divine means, beyond our comprehension?
We could go with that.
Is that what it means? When you're
We can
using
go-
it, when you say divine intelligence, are you saying an intelligence beyond our comprehension?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Cool. Can we get what the other word means? What does intelligence mean?
Yeah, I feel like we're going around in circles now.
Yeah, it happens when we don't know what the word is that we keep referring to over and over again, but you still refer to it despite not clarifying what it means.
Because you're asking for specificity, and like I said before, that's quite secondary.
I'm not asking for the specificity of like what this divine thing is. I'm asking, when you're applying the word intelligence to it, what is it you're applying to it?
That's the point I'm getting at. I think you know what I'm talking about when I apply the word.
I'm not psychic. I'm not capable of reading your mind, and as you've already revealed, language
But you know
has
what
its
the word
limitations. But you're using intelligence to mean something here is in relation to a thing that you say you comprehend, which seems strange. To apply anything to a thing you can't comprehend, like intelligence, seems a strange thing to apply to it. So I would wonder what the intelligence is that you're saying.
From your perspective, it might seem strange, but not from where I'm sitting. So again, I think you
It
know
doesn't
what I
seem
mean
strange to
when I use the
describe.
word
For you, it doesn't seem strange to describe something you've said as indescribable.
Yeah, that's right. Again, no language can reach the divine intelligence. No words touch the.
How do you know there is any divine intelligence?
Well, when I practiced a little bit of meditation, different methods of meditation, and I arrived at this state that, it really was quite indescribable. I can't muster up any words to describe the state that I was in, only that I know that it was like my true self. That's how I know.
You meditated and you found yourself in a state where you say you found your true self. And that tells you that there must be some divine intelligence. I'm not understanding how you made that leap.
It was a state of being. It wasn't something to be. It wasn't a belief. It wasn't a belief that I had somehow made up in my mind. It really was a direct experience of myself.
A direct experience of yourself. What does that mean?
It means I was being myself and not this personality called Aru.
When you say you were being yourself, does that mean that you're like, I guess I don't know. I don't even know what question to ask here. What is it you're saying that you did? You came to a self-realization.
It means that I went beyond my personality and beyond the body, beyond all mental constructs. Once I peeled away the layer of false beliefs and false ideas, to where? To home. It was a return to my true self.
When you say you peeled away the layers, you're saying that you removed what thoughts or questions?
No, the questions are there, the thoughts are there. It's just that some beliefs that I thought were true suddenly had collapsed because I found them to not be true. And therefore, by by the mere fact of them as false, they disappeared because they were illusory.
And how do you know that this experience was not illusory?
There was something inherent in that state of being that told me that this is me. Again, it's
Could
quite
that not have been
difficult
you?
to find words to describe this.
So you reached a state through meditation where you stripped away all the layers, the teachings, the beliefs, you said. And in that you I'm not hearing, like, so you came through some sort of self-realization, some self-actualization, and you, what about this implies that there's a divine intelligence? I'm still not hearing how you make this leap from you meditated, had a state of mind, state of being, you said, and then came to realize somehow that there's divine intelligence.
Yeah, to be an aspect of the state of being that there was an intelligence there, and that it was orchestrating all things without my personal volition.
Could it be that the only intelligence that was there was your own?
What do you mean by my own? Me as an Aru?
I don't know. Some part of your brain?
No, because it was beyond the physical form. That's what
How
I
do
said.
you know
It was beyond
the physical?
Because in that state of being, there was nothing for me to recognize as a body or a brain.
So you, in this state, didn't recognize something as a body or a brain. Does that necessarily mean that you weren't in your body or brain? Can an imagination?
No, because if I was outside of my brain, I would have known that I was distant from the body. There would have still been a recognition of the body if I was to be outside of it. But that wasn't the case. The body didn't exist.
I'm not understanding. You're saying the body didn't exist, but could that not have been a part of the imaginatory experience?
No, because in the state, you're able to discern your thoughts. You know, you can see them.
In this state, you're able to discern your thoughts. I'm not sure I understand. So because you're able to see your own thoughts, then therefore it can't be your brain. It can't be your body. I'm not hearing how you make that leap.
There are
can't be your
stages.
brain or body.
There are stages to the meditation, and one stage is that you can observe the thoughts. They arise, they persist for a time, and then they, like a fleeting cloud, they leave. Okay, so when you're watching these thoughts go across the screen of your mind and disappear, suddenly the mind slows down, and then
You have a
everything just
visualization method where you see your thoughts
it's not a
going
visual
across a screen of
to
your
visualize,
mind.
to project something. That's not the case. You're merely observing the thoughts.
You're observing a thing. How do you know that you're just observing a thing and not visualizing, imagining, and just using minimal effort? How did you decide that this is absent your process? your physical.
No, because the techniques of the meditation are quite specific. One is to sit, and over time you get better at it, at observing the thought, observing the gross sensations that arise within the body, observing your emotions, your thought reactions, etc., etc. And so you are able to distinguish that which is perceivable from the perceiver.
When you say you're able to distinguish that which is perceivable from the perceiver, what does that even mean?
There is the observer, there is the observed, and there is the process of observation.
Holy fuck. Why did you request that, Baru?
Because I liked the prompt. The prompt.
The one that says, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I liked it. And the questions.
You don't seem capable of questioning your belief. You seem to dwell in an absolute certainty that you have answers to things that you yourself claimed can't be answered through meditation. That somehow going into your own mind means not having a mind or a body at all anymore, and that leads you to some kind of gnosis that there is an intelligence behind everything, orchestrating everything. I haven't heard you express any ability to question this. I hear dogmatic certainty in your own self-assured conclusions.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, a belief, what is a belief anyway? Beliefs are subject to change. So how about we question that? What is a belief?
Does anybody have any questions for this guest?
No, not at this time.
Nope.
Cat might have.
No, I didn't.
Hello, Azra. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, Azrael.
Hey, host. Over 21.
How far over 21?
Another 20 years.
Another 20 years, so 41.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I used to, but no longer. I have a knowing.
A knowing of what?
Of oneself.
A knowing of one's self?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So in the question of do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, your answer is no, you used to, and that now you have a knowing. Your knowing isn't related to gods or higher powers, just in self.
Well, the God within would be the higher power.
What is a god?
A title of a greater being than a human.
And a greater being than a human is within a human being. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
What does that mean?
Become one with self, one with everything.
What?
Everything is just energy. That's the real power.
What is energy?
It's force. Could be seen, could be unseen. Ultimately,
What do you mean by force?
well, the very thing that's making these words coming out of my mouth is a force.
What do you mean by force? Rather than trying to give me an example through vagary, can you define the word as you're using?
Well, it's a little bit more complex than just 3 words. It's...
Well, you said the word force. How would you define that?
Okay, so my being is a force within itself. It starts with the thought.
So can you define force without using the word force in the definition?
Okay, it starts with a thought. A thought comes through the mouth, and after the mouth, it's an action.
Are you saying thought is force?
No.
What are you saying?
The end result would show you the force.
Why would the end result show me the force? What are you even talking about? You said the thought comes through the mouth.
The fact that I have to explain it to you is the end result.
The fact that you have to explain word salad that seems to not quite make sense to me is the end result of you
Exactly
not quite
that.
making sense.
I shouldn't have to explain it to you. You should already know.
I should already know what?
That you're a force within yourself. Do you not know that?
What is a force?
I'm not saying forcing something through a hold. I'm saying
I didn't ask
the power be.
It was a verb. I asked about the noun. What is a force?
Well, what's making those words coming out of your mouth? Is it a force of some sort or no?
What does that mean?
There's energy. Energy is the force. Everything is energy.
What
You already
is
asked what
energy?
energy is, didn't we?
Yeah, but you
I
said
did,
force
but
was the
he said
energy.
force, and now he's saying force is energy and energy is force. Is there any way we can get out of the circle and actually define one of those words so we know what we're talking about?
With the warmth of the sun, what would you call that? Just warmth?
Infrared radiation.
What? Okay, what causes that?
What is force or energy? You haven't defined either of them yet. We're not questioning me, we're questioning you, bud.
Right.
Okay. What would be 2 atoms coming together? Would that be
two
just
atoms?
synchron? Yeah, what would that? Is it divine?
What does divine mean now?
Okay, let's swap the shoes. Why don't you tell me what divine is and force in your eyes?
I didn't use divine or energy or so. I didn't use any of these words. I've been asking you since you came up here, trying to salad them up and mix them together in something palatable and sensible. I've been
Okay,
asking
they're just
you
words.
what they mean,
Is what they are.
but you're not. Yeah, you're not really defining them. So
They're just
what
words.
is it? Then what is it that you're saying? When I ask, do you believe in a God or God's higher power or anything like that? Was there an answer? Oh, he's got bars now.
Sorry, repeat it again. Sorry, my internet is playing up.
Does anybody have any questions for this guest?
The circles are already making me dizzy, Thrayle.
No,
Oh, I was just gonna try and ask them point blank one more time, but yeah, no, I don't think it's going to work.
Hello, dude. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Nope. Don't need your camera at all, dude. Nobody asked for your camera at all. I asked for your age.
46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And which god do you believe in?
Me.
Which god are you?
What do you mean by that?
It's confusing. Every time
Are
I
you
say,
drunk?
every time, yes. But every
Okay,
time
we're
I
gonna
say,
move on. Maybe another time that you're actually not drunk or capable of questioning your beliefs and not sounding like you're about to let out some wild trolley thing. We'll just
Come on, guys.
we'll try then.
Which god are you was funny.
Which god are you was good?
It was good. I'm just always terrified once I see like the camera panning somewhere. I'm like, oh god, this is about to be bad.
Just read the room, man. Nobody up here has their camera on.
To be fair, there was a skeleton on the screen for a minute there.
Regardless.
I was visible. But I'm the host. And I do
Yeah, to be fair, some panels don't care about that, but
I prefer not to. And we know this now. So let's... I muted myself. Let's see if... Davina, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
57.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I used to. Long time Christian.
Used to, but now you don't.
No, and I love the way that you play with your food.
It's not food. But why is it you don't believe in a god?
Because I feel after doing a lot of soul searching and especially my religion uses guilt to control us, to guide us. It uses a lot of guilt. And I was Roman Catholic.
Then it doesn't exist. Is that the conclusion, that it doesn't exist because it doesn't fit?
Well, we have to separate the religion from from the God. So that's the part that, because I realized that the religion was used as a tool to keep us in line and oppressed and following. As far as an actual deity, I don't know if there is or there isn't. My belief is I'd like to think so. That
Why?
we're not the only higher beings, that there is a higher being than us.
Why would you? Is it a like to think so? Like a comforting thing? Or is it a
Yes, because
believe there
we're
is? Like
horrendous.
you're
Yes.
convinced?
I would like to believe that, because we cannot be the highest being, because we are horrendous as beings. We're capable of evilness, wickedness, cruelty.
So, because we're capable, then you would like to think so. But are you convinced in any way that there is some higher being?
I guess what makes my belief so strong is because it is improbable. It is improbable that we are the only higher beings.
Improbable. So it's not it's not I would like to think it. It feels improbable, so there must be. It's a belief then that there is a higher being.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to be a higher being?
To me, what I believe a higher being is to understand the meaning of our existence and the unnecessary cruelty that we as beings inflict on one another and discriminate against one another. A higher being would understand that the collective is more important than the individual.
You're saying that a higher being would understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what a higher being is? It's just a thing that would understand that.
No, I think a higher being would have the intellect and the capacity to understand that the species itself must exist and it has to cohabitate.
So it's just a being, a higher being is something that would come to the conclusions that you've come to. Are you saying you're a higher being?
No, I'm not saying because I belong to the same species that we all are. A higher being would be a different species, or be a different entity than what we are.
I see. You're a higher being.
Are than what we are.
That's come to the same conclusions that you have about.
It would be more
social
advanced than mine. It would be more advanced than my understanding. Because I still have flaws.
Are you talking about just some extraterrestrial thing, or are you talking about something that exists
Well,
beyond
what
what
is a what is a deity? Isn't a deity an
So it's a deity
extraterrestrial?
then. I'm just asking what it is that you're referring to as a higher being, because this is now the first time you've referenced it as a deity. So it's a deity. What does that mean?
For us to aspire to. To me, a deity, I mean, we create deities, you know, we as human beings create deities. So something for us to aspire to be more perfect.
So then, do you think they exist? Or are they just ideals that some people aspire to, as you said?
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting thought. I guess because as human beings, we have this strong desire to worship or to look up to something, to have hope, to have possibilities. We create this image of perfection that we try to aspire to as a collective. So it's interesting. Interesting. Are we on the same level here? Are we understanding each other?
I don't know what this last conclusion is. Like, did you... Do you remember the question that I asked?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that was?
You asked me whether or not we, as human beings, create a deity. Do we imagine this deity, or does one actually exist? That is my understanding of the question you asked me. Am I correct?
Yeah, and you said it was interesting. Do you believe that there is an entity, a deity, that exists? Or is it something that you create?
Now that my framing has just been shifted with this conversation, it's something that I need to ponder now.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know that I have any more questions for you. Kat, Blake, Morgan, any questions for Davinia? Kat?
No, not at this time.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. Maybe another time we'll have more for you. But I
Thank
hope
you
that
very
you'll keep
much.
asking questions. W's? Yeah, W's for Davinia in the chat, I think.
Absolutely.
It was a brief conversation. I think we got there.
That is perfectly fine.
It sounds like she's going to go away and think on those questions, so I really do hope that she does. And maybe we'll hear from her again.
I've been inspired again.
Oh, you've been inspired?
Going in circles has inspired me.
I am Morgan's muse, or at least lately.
In circles. There were a lot of... Oh, yeah.
Because I told you that I was already getting dizzy from the circles from the guest before the last one.
The previous, yeah. We have a few in the queue, a few trying to return. Oh, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, I'm just imagining something to the tune of the wheels on the bus go round and round.
I'm not that cruel.
Yeah, that'd be a little sassy.
Hello, mother and son. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I just want to say fuck Israel, fuck America, and fuck you devil dog.
Not interested in your political takes.
Quick hands,
Whether
Thrayle.
agree or
Good job.
disagree, we're not here for that.
You don't usually beat me to it, but you did that time. Hi, B. No, they're cookie frogs.
Hello, Prince Horace. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30. How's it going?
Going good. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I'm an atheist. I believe in the Anunnaki, but I believe in like a higher, like everyone is God, everyone is their temple, the four walls and the roof, you know? I just believe like the Vatican didn't want people to be higher.
You kind of went three different directions there. So
Yeah.
I asked if you believe. So I asked if you believe in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that. You
No.
said, "I'm an atheist."
To be higher.
You kind of if you believe in a god, you believe in Anunnaki, and then you said you believe that we're all. Say that again.
Oh no! I was reading the comment.
Oh, so my words appeared on that. Cool. We'll just keep going.
Sometimes people come up here and say that they're 30, and I think that I'm doing real good.
Hello?
Hello, Saint Crash Out. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 26.
What year were you born?
02/16.
Wait, 02.
Did he say 16? He meant February 16th. He meant February 16th.
I think he was about to give a date.
Please don't. Your birthday is personal information. You can just say your age without giving away any personal information.
Yeah, you can also say when Thrayle asks what year you were born, you can just say what year you were born. You know. Like if Thrayle were to ask me what year I was born, I would say 1996, not my whole birthday.
How you feeling over there, old powder bones?
Powder bones.
Aw, Cat was born the same year as Pokemon.
I was born in 2000.
That does make you 26.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that?
I was baptized as Christianity, or baptized as Lutheran. I was raised in a Christian household, and I believe in God, but I don't think that's just the one religion. I think there's a lot of
Believe in God,
misconceptions.
but you believe in God, but you don't think there's just the one religion? What do you mean by that?
I don't think it's just Christianity, because in my experience,
Do you
from when I
believe
went to
Christianity
church,
is true?
huh?
Do you believe Christianity is true?
By what standpoint do you mean? Like,
Do you believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God, your Lord and Savior, and that he died for your sins and resurrected 3 days later?
yes and no. There's a lot of
What's the
complications.
no part?
Huh? The no part.
What's the no part? Yeah.
Based off of my own interpretation of the Bible is, well, we were all created by God, so we're in some point or another all his children. But at the same time, I have a hard time believing there is just one all-powerful being like God. I can't sit and think, there's just that one guy. Because I know the standpoint from other religions. I have a lot of friends that have other religious beliefs. And I kind of sit and I think with this a lot. And I come to think about it a bit more, and I'm like, well.
So the question was, what's the no part about Jesus being your Lord and Savior? What part do you not believe about that?
I don't believe that he's the Lord Savior, because when he died, he was supposed to take all of our sins with him, We were supposed to be forgiven. There was no longer supposed to be sin. We were supposed to be without it. But evidently, by today's standards.
Is that what it means? Is that what it meant?
Standards.
Right, so before the crucifixion, before Jesus came and the crucifixion happened, how did the Jews, ask for forgiveness for their sins?
I have no idea. I really don't know.
So if it were the case that before Jesus, the way the Jews asked for forgiveness for their sins from God was via sacrifice, usually like animals or grains, and then Jesus came and was the quote unquote ultimate sacrifice, right? Could it be that it was a way to resolve sacrifice so they no longer had to do it anymore?
Wow. Yeah, I can resonate with that. Now that you've explained it to me that way, I can see that.
So would it mean that Jesus came and died to take away sin, or just to resolve that issue?
Based off of what you just explained, and if I get the interpretation wrong, you can let me know, but based off of what I just interpreted from the hypothetical you gave me, it's that he was the offering that was the be all end all to all offerings. We don't have to make offerings anymore because he was the one.
It seems that it could be that way. So that wouldn't mean that the sin was supposed to just. Sorry, I don't know what my dog's barking at, but she's barking. That wouldn't mean that it was just to take sin away. And what does this different perspective do for your belief?
It gives me more to ponder about what I should pursue a belief in. It's just, this is what I was raised with, and over time, over the last few years, I've had a lot of health complications, and, my mortality is catching up with me. So, my biggest fear is dying without knowing where I'm going after this life. I want to know that I'll be okay wherever I end up, and that the people that are still here without me are going to be okay too.
What leads you to believe that there's anywhere for you to end up?
Because I'm not satisfied with the idea that this is the only life I have, and that after everything I've been through, after all the things everyone has been through, the hate crimes, everything that goes on in this world, it feels like it would be just awful for this to be all we have and then nothing thereafter.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, you are unsatisfied with the injustice?
Yeah. I appreciate all the gifts everybody's giving me.
Yeah,
I
we have a
am
great audience.
unsatisfied with it, because I know I'm not the only one who's been through hardships, but as I'm getting older and I realize I'm not going to live forever, I genuinely grow more and more concerned of what's going to happen after, because I don't want it to be the last, this can't be my last chapter,
It can't be, or you don't want it to be?
I don't want it to be.
Does how much you want something make a difference for the truth value of that thing?
Not necessarily.
Does the truth value of this matter to you?
It does.
Why?
Can you explain?
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true? So, basically what I'm saying is, if this belief is giving you some positive benefit, does it matter? Belief is giving you some positive benefit, does it matter if it is?
It's helping a lot with my current state. It's keeping me going, but I don't know if I could handle the truth of it all being a lie and that there's nothing after.
Why not?
It would break me. I've gone my entire 26-something years of life hoping and thinking and standing by morals that I'm going to end up somewhere that's worth all the hardship I've suffered. And to think that that's not going to happen, that once it's over, it's over. It.
Do you remember before you were born?
No.
So why would it be any different after you went alive?
I'm not
And
sure if I have the capacity to answer that question. I can't
and
perceive what it would be like to not exist because I don't know what that's like.
right, that's kind of the point. Um, um, does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
I don't think so, because we all gotta believe in something, but when it comes down to it, and you're at your worst, for me, in my standpoint, if I'm at my worst and I ask my God for help, and He doesn't come, is that like, what do I do?
I don't know. What do you do at that point?
Just keep going with what I'm capable of, I guess, but
Right?
I have to be really desperate.
So have you asked your God for help before?
I've prayed when I was at some of my hardest points and I didn't want to live anymore because I was in so much pain. But after
Did
taking those steps and ending up in the hospital thereafter, I can't I'm not sure if I'm allowed to explain what I saw, but it wasn't pleasant.
so what did you gain, like what did you get out of that unpleasant experience?
Fear
Of what?
what comes after. Fear
Of what?
what comes after.
So are you afraid of what comes next then?
It, this what comes after.
So are you afraid of what comes next then?
It, this coincides with my belief, because if you believe in God, you also have to believe in a heaven and a hell. And
Do you
as
have to?
that's my understanding. That's what I was told at church.
Why do you believe what they told you at church to be true?
I'm not sure. It was told at church.
Why do you believe what they told you at church to be true?
I'm not sure. It maybe out of fear, maybe out of respect for someone who I perceived knew my religion better than me.
Is fear a good reason to believe something?
No, but it doesn't stop people from
No, I'm not saying it's an invalid reason, right? Like, I'm not saying that at all. But I think that oftentimes, like, fear is a very valid reason that people have a belief, but it's not a good reason. And if you really sit with that for a moment, then it kind of becomes apparent that it is not a good reason. Now, how to remove the fear that you have had your entire life is a whole different story, right? If you really sit with that for a moment, then it kind of becomes apparent that it is not a good reason. Now, how to remove the fear that you have had your entire life is a whole different story, right? I'm not saying that it's even something you should have to do, right? I'm just asking questions. Do you want to believe in a deity that you're afraid of?
No, but I also don't want to believe that there isn't anyone after this, or that there isn't anything left after this life. I grew up
I get
around
that.
I grew up around, like I said, the interpretation I got was what I was told in church and my own interpretation from the Bible.
I'm sorry, I am having a brain fart. Did you say what denomination?
Huh?
Did you say what denomination at the beginning? I don't remember. What kind of church you went to?
I think it was a Christian church. It was either a Christian or a Lutheran.
Okay. All right. And I also just blanked this. Have you read your whole Bible?
I have once. I haven't read it in a long time.
Okay, that's fine. I was just like, I just totally blanked on the answers to those questions, and I wanted to check in where we were at. Whole Bible?
I have once. I haven't read it in a long time.
Okay, that's fine. I was just like, I just totally blanked on the answers to those questions, and I wanted to check in where we were at. Do you still attend church or read your Bible at all, or?
I don't. I guess my pursuit of salvation after this life is over has led me to be skeptical if this is the right pursuit, or if there's some other religion that is factually evident. Because this is just kind of the standpoint I've been in.
Have you looked into any other religions?
I've talked with my fiance about Judaism, and I've talked with some of my friends about what did the Norse believe in? I can't remember what the actual religion is called.
Norse paganism.
It's just Norse paganism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is your fiance Jewish?
My fiance is Jewish, yes.
What do they think about your fear of hell?
I've never really talked to them about it.
That might be a subject.
You should.
Yeah,
Definitely
you should.
do that.
Absolutely.
You should do that.
Your fear of hell.
I've never really talked to them about it.
That might be a subject.
You should. Definitely
Yeah, you should.
do that.
Absolutely.
You should do that.
Yeah, so much. You should do that. So and
do that.
Yeah, like so much. You should do that. So, and hmm. What have you discussed about Judaism with your fiance?
Well, I've talked about holidays and different celebrations that are centered around it. I've also tried to ask questions about I can't remember the name of the book.
The Torah, the Tanakh, the Talmud.
Yeah. I tried to ask questions about it, but they weren't really able to give me any celebrations that are centered around it. I've also tried to ask questions about I can't remember the name of the book.
The Torah, the Tanakh, the Talmud.
Yeah. I tried to ask questions about it, but they weren't really able to give me any direct answers about what it
Do you know why
means.
that is? Do you know why that
No.
likely is?
No, I don't.
Because questioning is encouraged in Judaism. I've never met two Jewish people with the same theology. I think that's a beautiful thing about Judaism. But so I questioning is encouraged in Judaism. I've never met two Jewish people with the same theology. I think that's a beautiful thing about Judaism. But so I find it very easy to believe that they have direct, pointed answers about meaning like you would expect coming from a Christian background. Morgan, did you have something?
No, you covered it.
I mean,
I would also.
Huh?
No, go ahead. Morgan, did you have something?
No, you covered it.
I mean,
I would also.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
My standpoint is I'm not gonna force what I believe on other people, and I want to understand all the different beliefs before I make my standpoint is I'm not gonna force what I believe on other people, and I want to understand all the different beliefs before I make my decision. I'm constantly pursuing questions because that's the ultimate thing is I need to know if there is something after this life, because it was so harsh for there not to be a thereafter, you know?
Do you think that we choose what we believe in? Oh, I can't hear you at all. I don't know what just happened, but you're
So,
covering the mic.
yeah, that explains what the sound has been. His fingers on the microphone. You have to take your finger off the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah,
every time you move your finger across that spot, we hear it like a
sorry.
squish in our ears.
What was the question?
The question
again?
Cat asked.
Oh, I asked if you thought we choose what we believe in.
In some cases, yes, but then some people don't have the option to choose that immediately. Like me, for example, I grew up believing in Christianity because that's just the common religion in my household. That's what everybody believed in. So that's all I knew what to believe in at the time.
I can defer to you, Thrayle, if you. It sounds like you had something.
Oh no, go ahead.
Is the only reason you're holding this belief because it's the one that you know, and you want there to be something after?
Yes, but at the same time, I'm not satisfied with the idea of there being a heaven and a hell forever. That scares me. Because there's one place where it's like a paradise for eternity, and all the good people go there. But then there's a place for all the bad people for eternity that go there. And I'm
I
not.
actually.
What?
I. Oh, I was just gonna say, I really think that you should talk to your fiance about the idea of an afterlife, and I also think that you should keep in mind and have consideration for the fact that it was the Jews' religion first, and after you talk to them about the concept of afterlife, you should come back to us. And I think I'm going to defer to Morgan.
Do you Oh, you made me lose my train of thought, Cat. God damn it.
I'm so sorry.
uh. Yep. Afterlife. Mm-hmm. Just give me a second. Yep. Afterlife. Mm-hmm. Just give me a second. Yeah, I've lost it. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Morgan.
I mean, it just takes a a fly farting, and it's not your fault. Don't worry about it.
God, the ADHD is so real.
Anywho.
Thrayle? Blake?
No, I think. Well, have you ever looked into um, the afterlives of any other religions? I'm sorry if you kind of answered that through your other questions, but
Ooh, wait, now I remember. I remember it now. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Blake. Could you define your understanding of what a bad person is to me, please?
Well, my understanding of a bad person is somebody who harms other people, who is incredibly selfish, who utilizes fear as a tool to get whatever
So in this scenario, this is more so it's less about helping the old lady across the street for a reward and more hang on, I gotta take care of my dog.
So, I think
That's
what
what my
Morgan was
stomach
getting at.
sounds like when it gets angry.
Oh my goodness, that was quite the thing you said there. I'm gonna stop now.
The dog
I know.
is what my stomach sounds. Go ahead, cat.
No. Oh my goodness. I think what Morgan was getting at was that in this scenario, intent matters.
Yeah.
So if you only believe something out of fear and intent matters, would that not like lead us to like questioning whether like it's a true belief?
What? I'm not sure I understood that question.
If the only reason you believe something is out of fear, is it a genuine belief?
No, I guess it's not.
And if we've determined that like intent matters, and does that mean like a disingenuine belief would still get to go to the good place? Disingenuine belief would
Could you say that one more time for me, please? I'm not sure if
So
I understood the way you worded it.
so so in the example with the old lady crossing the street, we determined that like your intent matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the belief that you hold is not genuine because it's just motivated by fear, right? Do you think that you would still get to go to the good place, the good afterlife, even though the belief is not genuinely held?
Yes. It's
Why would you think that?
well, it's the same thing as the same explanation as the prior, where somebody who does bad things with good intentions could go to hell. Somebody who does good things with bad intentions could still go to heaven.
Right, so it would be like, right, holding the genuine belief and still going to heaven would be like, or holding the disingenuine belief and still going to heaven would be like only helping the old lady across the street because you wanted the reward.
Yeah. That would be like, and I also said this particular instance was the lighter side of a hypothesis, right? I didn't want to go to the other extent of it because it seems a little too intense, but the opposite of that would be like dropping a very big bomb because I wanted to hear the way the button sounded when I pressed it, or dropping a very big bomb because if I don't, I'm not going to save a lot of lives.
I've lost the plot.
I don't know. I thought I was
How
going
did that
somewhere with it,
respond
but
to
I guess
Cat's question?
it didn't get received the way I was trying to send it.
In what way are you questioning your belief?
I guess I'm not entirely sure that Christianity is the one I'm supposed to believe in.
Why is there a one you're supposed to believe in? What does that mean?
For me, I want to believe in something because it gives me more purpose than believing in nothing.
Want to believe in something. Aren't you creating the purpose? If you're just believing in a thing you want to.
Hang on, could you please repeat that? I'm not sure if I caught that.
If you're just believing in a thing you want to for the purpose, isn't that you creating the purpose?
Yeah,
Choosing the purpose.
I guess it would be, but to
Couldn't you
me,
choose any purpose then?
I guess I could, yeah.
Is belief the only way to find purpose?
No. I just
Is there a specific kind of purpose that you feel like belief gives you that you're not getting elsewhere?
yes. I think that believing in my religion gives me hope and allows me to be a little bit more positive without worrying about if I die tomorrow, that's it. I'm in the ground. When based off of my religion, what I believe in is I'm gonna be going somewhere after this life. I know this isn't the final thing, so in the meantime, until that happens, I still have life left to live. And
Is that purpose or comfort?
I'm not sure.
What is purpose?
A, a reason to stay, I guess.
A
Meaning?
reason to stay.
Meaning. Like, purpose.
Purpose is meaning, and your meaning is what? Hope of something else. Your reason to stay is something might come after this.
Yeah.
I'm not following. How's it a reason to stay or a purpose or a
Don't know.
meaning?
I'm ever. Huh. Wow. I have a lot to think about.
Wouldn't it make more sense to have a reason to stay here rather than somewhere else? Like if it's a reason to stay, wouldn't you want it to be a reason that is here?
Yeah. I enjoy video games. I enjoy my friends. I enjoy my stuffed animals and stuff. I just...
Say, remind us how old you are.
26.
I like my stuffed animals too.
No shame. I've shared. Can I have a stuffed
Yeah. Amigurumi is an art form.
Huh?
I don't know if that.
I don't know.
I just had to clarify for everyone's sake. When you said what you said, but you enjoy this. There's things here, this life, this world.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be here forever. I'd like to be here forever. But I know I'm not gonna be here. I know my friends aren't always gonna be here. I know the games and all the stuff I enjoy aren't gonna last forever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the pursuit of religion and I don't know, I guess of not having this is all there is to me, and I'm afraid to try and even attempt comprehending of what that wouldn't be like what it would be without all of it.
Wouldn't the without them also be without noticing the without them?
Yes? I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer these questions.
Oh. That's all right. Are you doing okay? You need a moment.
I'm fine. I just...
Hey.
I'm thinking really
I don't
hard.
know.
I might be thinking a
don't-
little too hard.
I don't know is always an acceptable answer. It's actually a great answer.
I feel bad sitting on that answer though.
Why? I don't know is great. We love I don't know.
Every time
You
I
get
say
W's.
every time I say I don't know though,
It's
Why is
okay.
I
If
don't
you
know
feel like
not
you're
good?
having
Take a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
if
the
you,
other. It's okay to take a minute. Nobody's gonna rush you.
We're also not going to leave you.
Yeah, we're here.
yeah, if you feel like you're having an existential crisis, you're doing the process correctly.
And we're not going
And
to
it can be
abandon you
scary.
during it.
Yeah.
We can absolutely pause here at this I don't know. And give yourself time to process and think on the question. And give you
Yeah. Saying that you're done for tonight or for whenever is also okay. And if you want to do it again at a different time. We will be here every night, and if you don't, that's okay too. But you have probably been the best guest we've had all night. Yeah, you've done like really, really exceptionally well.
Yeah, and how with your
Exceptionally.
yeah, and Lee, your fiance about their belief systems version of the afterlife, because I think you might be a little surprised at how different they can be.
And if you're having an existential crisis and need some support after this, there is a link to a Discord in Thrayle's bio and the Batcolyte's bio that you can find all of us at.
Yeah.
You're doing so good, and it's okay to take a break and come back later.
And you can always, if you would like, you don't actually have to leave the live. You can just sit in the comments and listen if that feels safer for you.
Absolutely. I want to offer up one thing here. Do you have a question for anyone here? Or just a question you would like to ask and see if anyone can respond?
I'm a little bit afraid of the answer I might get, but what would you say that there is an afterlife or there isn't?
Was that for anybody or all of us?
Would you?
What's wrong with I don't know? You in response, and would be wrong with I don't know there. Does it have to be I know there is or I know there isn't?
I'm not sure.
I think the only answer you get from any of us on that question is I don't know. How do we deal with that?
Yeah.
Poorly.
I think we all deal with it. I think we all deal with it differently. You know, I think it is a little bit more like existential to some of us than others. I think we all deal with it differently. But I think that
scare you?
Me, no, personally, but I'm comfortable with not knowing.
I can't say that I'm afraid of something when I know that I, as a person, as long as I am leaving things better than the way I found it, I've done good. It doesn't matter what happens after I move on.
Adding on that, I think it's silly to worry myself over things that I can't know exist when I know that, you know, I can't bring myself to say that, when I'm fairly certain that I exist now.
Aww.
I know the highest of Batcolyte honors have been bestowed upon this guest tonight.
Aww.
The highest of Batcolyte honors have been bestowed upon this guest tonight. The highest of
Was it the question specifically, do we have a belief, or what is our belief about the afterlife, or our fear of death? Sorry, it's morning here, so all the trucks are going by me right now.
I think the specific question was, is there or isn't there an afterlife?
That was kind of the gist of it, like, because I can't sit with the idea that there isn't one. That terrifies me.
If I might ask,
What
why?
terrifies you about it?
Because
Sorry.
I don't know. I'm scared of the idea of not existing anymore. Or maybe I'm scared of the idea of existing but nobody can see me.
It hits a little close to home, huh?
It does.
I am
It's
gender
something
fluid
I can't really
myself, and I hear
comprehend.
you. Yeah, I hear you. I see you.
I see you too.
Huh.
One time we had this guest who was an ex-Mormon, and this person, oh god, I don't remember. Sparkle Time. It was called Sparkle Time. He wrote down everything he wanted in his afterlife, and it was called Sparkle Time, and it was lovely. And the reason he did this was because he thought that he needed to like put something out into the world, like write it down and just get it out of his head to be able to have this afterlife that he envisioned, and that was enough for him. And it was beautiful, and I loved that. And and I don't know. I'm not making a suggestion or anything. I'm just maybe something like that is helpful. I hope that guy's doing okay.
I'll be honest, I'm going through it right now. I don't know what to believe in anymore.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay to not
know.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that, is there? I don't know. Looking back, when you believe the most that you believed, did you know that? So, the difference between not knowing then and not knowing now, what's the real, like, standout difference? And now you don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That's okay.
That was really good confidence in there, hon.
Yeah, that was great. It's okay. You are lovely and wonderful and delightful, just so you know.
You named yourself Saint Crash Out. Why did you do that?
Well, I I know that like there's patron saints, right? And all of them are the saint of some sort of activity, right?
Usually, yes.
So I figured, because crashing out is definitely a thing, and in my experience, crashing out does help me feel better, but in this particular constant, I can't crash the fuck out and say I don't know at the same time. So in my constant.
It's a little uncomfy,
Not
huh?
gonna lie, I was very much expecting a rage quit otter situation, and I'm very pleasantly surprised.
I'm so pleasantly pleased and surprised. Ugh.
I don't think you're crashing out right now. Do you?
No. I'm definitely. I don't know what state I'm in right now, but like.
Perhaps you're now Saint I don't know.
You've done wonderfully, Saint. You really have. I appreciate you so much. Coming up and answering the questions openly and honestly. Really pausing to think and give good faith responses. And saying, I don't know. I know that took courage.
I've also given you a follow. You're more than welcome to reach out to me in DMs if you'd like.
I will. I'm gonna be stuck trying to wrap my head around this for a while.
Come see us in Discord, reach out to me or Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we're all still trying to wrap our brains around it, so welcome to the club.
Right. I can't promise you're going to find any answers. But isn't the I don't know honest? Refreshingly honest.
It's scary.
Mm-hmm. You're not alone in I don't know.
It's a strange place to be, but it gets really comfortable.
I know it's going to hold you there either. Though I am always going to question the answers if you come back. I hope that I get to talk to you again. And you can always find us in the Discord.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saint.
I'll follow everybody because I don't know. I'm gonna be in a very vulnerable state for a while now after this. And
Don't worry, I've got some good resources for you. And
Feel
we have
free
a,
to DM
we have
any of
like
the
a
mods if you
really
get confused about the Discord. If you need help, you can DM anyone on this panel.
Yeah, we have like a really Thrayle has created, and we like are in and participate in daily. Like there's a really great community here. There's a lot of support. This is the best place on the
I
internet.
just invited Blake. I just invited Blake to receive DMs to help people get into the Discord. Sorry, Blake. He didn't notice. But thank you so much, Saint, for being alone.
All the
And if you
W's for
follow
singing.
that link, absolutely. If you follow the link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte bio to get to that Discord, just make sure that you read the rules when you get there. And if you can agree to those, I think you'll find out that you're not alone. Okay, Saint?
Yeah.
I appreciate you. W's for Saint. Very, very well
absolutely fantastic. Good
Hands
job,
down,
Saint.
best. I venture to say probably the best guest of the week so far. I mean, I was sleeping yesterday, but
To try to pull up a guest while I go see Tetra.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, I love it when I get to pick. Okay. Okay. I think that one's probably a ghost. And I think this one's probably a ghost. And I'm gonna clear the Q ghost real quick. I think that one's probably a ghost too. Don't pick a bad one. I usually pick a bad one.
It's always Cat's fault.
Or sometimes I accidentally get two at once. That's
Unless it's Hammy's fault.
and it's usually Hammy's fault, so it's very rarely Cat's fault. Hi, Benny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Benny? Are you there? Did you mean to be here? You're right, it's never Morgan's fault. That's not how I do things. But if you want to be up here, request again. Well, we tried.
You are both absolutely correct. It is never my fault. Not once.
I know. Do you guys want to talk to Brad? Do you have an opinion? Okay.
Not enough caffeine yet.
I know, that's why I asked. I know, Brad. We love you.
Hello?
Hi, Black Reaper. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So, if I may ask, like, what's this about? I guess.
You can. Can I get your age?
Yes, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a God, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Do you have a belief in a God, God's higher power, anything else like that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna every day. Well, God walks with me every day.
Great. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not necessarily. I've read a lot of the Newer Testament, some of the Old Testament, but I mean, I'm always reading.
Why have you read it all?
Why have I not read it all? It's because I, to make it simple, because I used to be an atheist.
Why would
What do you mean
being
you
an
used
atheist-
to be in?
Why would being an atheist preclude you from reading the book, the holy book of your now religion?
I believed in atheism for all the wrong reasons. I guess a little backstory to me. I was born to a family that didn't really show me any love, and I hated God for it. So I tried to disprove God, essentially. So I didn't start reading the Bible till a few weeks back, you know?
So you're freshly Christian?
No, I've been a Christian. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say freshly Christian. Yeah, screw it.
Or you can just give me the answer instead of settling. So,
well, I mean, the reason why I settled with that is because I got baptized like 3 years ago, but I didn't truly give my life to Christ till 6 months ago.
we like concrete numbers around here.
Those are concrete numbers. Those are concrete numbers. 3 years ago and 6 months.
Perfect.
Yeah, 3 years ago and 6
I'm
months.
saying thank you. We like that. I'm saying
Oh, my bad. I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
I thought
We
you were
like
saying
that.
give concrete answers, and I was like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying give
just
concrete
did.
answers,
No,
and I was
you
like,
did.
I thought I did.
I just did. No, you did.
What does giving your life? What does giving your life to Christ? What does giving your life to Christ mean and look like?
Well, I would honestly say it would, for me, I would honestly say it was fully giving myself over. It was to fully God. Giving myself over, giving God, having true blind faith, you know, having true blind faith, you know.
Having blind faith in what? Having blind faith
God.
in what?
Jesus. God. Some people call him Yahshua. I've heard it referred to as some people call him Yahshua. I've heard referred to as Jesus, Yahweh.
So how did you come to Jesus? Come to Jesus.
Honestly, through the first of my birth, the birth of my first child.
Your child came out and told you about Jesus?
Your child came out and told you about
Jesus? Like came out of the womb
Nah,
and told
bro,
you about
I was in a
Jesus?
bad place. I was doing all kinds of bad things. I was a drug addict. Doing all kinds of bad things. I was a drug addict. When my wife told me when I found out when my wife told me she was when my wife told me she was pregnant, we were gonna have a baby. When my wife told me she was pregnant, we were gonna have a baby. A lot of things hit me really hard, and I went out and had a long conversation with myself. Talked to some people that I knew, and she was gonna give things hit me really hard, and seen some things happen, and
But like how did like you said you're atheist. Like how did you grow up Christian? Like you said that you didn't, but like how did you get into the church?
let me get to the church. Get into the Christian church. I'm
As opposed to which other church?
well, I mean, can you add more context?
I'm asking you to add church, if not the Christian church.
Well, I mean, I think it's called a mosque. There's the mosques of Islam, and then there's the synagogues of the Jews.
Muslim?
No,
Were you Jewish?
not that I know of.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The fuck? Hell no, man. Fuck this shit.
Oh, that was nice.
I wonder if he'll read his Bible while he goes around lying.
I am curious. How we know anything about it if we've never ever read it.
Well, that's what I was trying to continue a line of questioning to so when did you learn about where did Jesus enter your life? If you grew up atheist, you were atheist. Where did you learn about it? And if from a church, why did you not then go to continue to read the source text?
To just come up here and be completely disingenuous.
You learn about it from a source text.
Go somewhere else, please. This is not what you think it is, and maybe you should sit and listen for a little bit. And maybe you should sit and listen for a little bit before you do whatever the fuck that was.
Well, the shitty thing is he had been listening for a while.
Even better.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that was. And poorly scripted. And
Oh yeah, didn't you hear him stumble over his line about his pregnant wife? Sorry, I don't have a very good opinion of bad art.
good art from bad art. Oh, that cut me out halfway. How are we discerning good art from bad art? How are we discerning good art from bad art?
For me personally, it's subjective. It's subjective. Bad art, in my opinion. Art that does not make me feel anything. Other than boredom.
What if that's the intended effect of the art?
If the intended effect is anything other than boredom, but that is the effect that occurs. Better. Anything other than boredom. Big fan of boring art either.
Who's determining the art?
Me. Again. Subjective. This is completely opinion-based. JJ makes a point. and measure art in fluid ounces of tears.
That feels.
Is it?
Will I mod here again? It's a really good question. I don't know if I'll mod here again. I assume I will mod here again.
I mean, the host is kind of a jerk.
Please go ahead. Perk we get is we get to yell in the comments.
That is the only perk. That is the only perk we get.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear Cat at all.
I also did not hear her. I don't know.
The only perk we get is yelling at you in the comments. The only perk we get is yelling at you in the comments.
No, it was still muffled. The only perk is something about the comment. No, thing about the comments. No. Yelling at me. Oh, yelling at me. Yelling at me. Yeah. Oh, yelling at me from the comment. Yeah. Yeah, that's yelling at me from the comments. Yeah, that's yelling at me from the comments. As a perk, I guess. As a perk, I guess. Oh, we do have a request, though. I mean, maybe a ghost. I don't know how long they were there. I don't know how long they were there. I know I did make a cup of coffee. And so maybe we can see what Bratch is up to. Hello, Bratch. Hello, Bratch. As the geese fly by.
Okay.
Are you there, Bratch?
Okay, good. Just roommate is blasting tunes. It's good, but loud. Roommate is blasting tunes. It's good, but loud.
I see. I see. So how are you doing this morning, Bratch?
Just calm, ready for the weekend, but Sunday is supposed to be day of rest, but just busiest day. So whatever Kanye said, you know.
Why is it supposed to be the day of rest?
I don't think it matters which day. Just pause, moderation, just stillness.
Does it have to be one every 7?
No,
No,
I guess whatever.
I guess whatever.
Space and gravity, that's just what they gave us.
Space and gravity, that's just what they gave us.
Kanye Ghost Town.
Kanye Ghost
TikTok
Town.
Song used
Popular
to be.
TikTok song used to be.
One day I want to lay down like
One
God
day I
did
want to
on
lay
Sunday.
down like God did on Sunday.
Does it matter if that's changed custom? The original changed custom would have been the Saturday. Would have been the Saturday.
Yeah, I've heard Saturday also Sabbath.
Yeah, I've heard
but,
Saturday also Sabbath, but
I guess it could be however you want.
I guess it could be however
Transmute
you want.
at your own speed, you know?
Transmute at your own speed, you know?
Ooh, maybe I'll fish get ready for work.
Ooh,
maybe I'll fish get ready for work.
Yeah, my bad.
I'll have more questions for you, another. Appreciate it. Hello, tape trader. Can I get your age for TikTok? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35. 35.
And do you have a belief in a God? You have a belief in a God or any higher power or anything like that?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so. You don't think so.
Most of the time it's a no. Most of the time it's a no.
Does that mean? Oh, I see. So there are some times that it is something, or is it something else?
I think one time I pretended that there was so I could feel better. So I could feel better.
Did that work?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was comforting. Yeah, it was comforting.
It was a worked for you, comforted you.
Yeah, like he could stop. Yeah, like he could stop what was happening. Like my fear. Like my fear.
So pretending there was a God. There was a God. Helped stop at one point. Still pretend that there. Do you still pretend that there is a God?
No. No. No.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
Maybe because I feel like maybe I've settled on a belief, but have stumbled on here. I wanted to have a look at it again.
Settled. You feel like you've settled on a belief. Which belief do you feel like you've settled on?
That you get one shot. And it's gone. That's it.
I'm gonna have another question. question for you. I have another question for you, but before I lose the list, I gotta make sure I lose the list. I gotta make sure I Joju, Ben Cabro, Joju, Ben Cabro, Diamond, Kid Skywalker, Diamond, Kid Skywalker, yellow, and keep on shallow, and keep on shallow. Also, here, Heather's Descent, Heather's Descent, 96, the Witch, and 96, so much, you guys, dropping with that previous goal, dropping with that previous goal, it was a lot of squirrel Jesuses, a lot of squirrel Jesuses, it was a big one, a lot of squirrel Jesuses.
Squirrel
You feel like you have settled.
Squirrel
You feel like you have settled all the way at the beginning of the live. There was we'd have to go back several hours. I was told, but go back several hours. But your belief that there is one, that there's nothing after this. There's nothing after this. What is it that convinces you? Convinced that this is it. That this is it.
Feeling like there's no God. And I suppose if there's no God, or at least for me, normally that's accompanied with an afterlife. Do you know of are there any afterlives without a God?
I've heard of some. Do you want there to be an afterlife?
I think so. If not an after, just more life.
Would you want to exist forever?
I think so. Maybe it would hurt.
You think it would get boring? Or that it would be exhausting to learn so much?
Painful. It'd be really painful, because the main point of life is to love. And if you lived forever, then every person you ever love or would ever love would die and leave you, and it would happen over and over and over and over again, because you couldn't help but keep falling in love and starting having families or just finding and connecting with people, and then they pass. So it would be incredibly lonely and sad.
So you wouldn't exist forever.
No, maybe I would want that.
What do you mean?
Well, if it was offered, and if I said yes, I could never go back. It's one of those things that I would say